Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sachin Mai. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
You can see I'm ready for to receive the
Right,
award.
right.
Uh,
Yes, yes, sir.
Actually, I came for the marriage. No, I told you.
Yes, 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 sir.
So I'm in the celebration mode already. Uh, so I think it is most apt for the you know
Hmm.
uh, the day. How is your everything is ready?
Yes, sir. Everything is ready. I'm just setting up. We'll start, sir. Within 5 to 10 minutes, we'll start.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, good, good. Okay, all the best. I'm sure it will go well.
Thank you, sir.
God will be there with you, and I'm sure things will go fine. Okay, take care. Okay, take care.
Good afternoon,
Good
Shinama.
afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Namaste, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am. How are you?
Good, good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining, ma'am. We'll start
Uh,
in 5 to 10 minutes. We'll start.
sure, sure.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people have registered? How many have registered so far?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Hello everyone. So we'll start the event in just 5 minutes. So before that, I'm just playing the videos of the event. We'll start in 5 minutes. Please be patient. Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Music is not coming.
It's not coming back. Okay.
Music is not. Music is not coming. You can stop sharing, and when you press the screen share,
I
it
will
will
share
select.
it in the group, sir. I will share it in the group. So as it is 2:30, we will start the
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
yes, sir. Thank you. Speakers, researchers, industry leaders, and regulatory professionals, academicians, students, and participants joining us from different parts of the world. On behalf of organizing committee and the Global Pharmacovigilance Society, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026, which is being held on 20 to 21 as a truly global community united by a common purpose, protecting patients and ensuring the safe use of medicines throughout their life cycle. Pharmacovigilance has evolved far beyond adverse event reporting. It has become a critical pillar of public health, regulatory excellence, and patient-centric healthcare. As healthcare systems become increasingly interconnected and the therapies are more complex, our collective responsibility to monitor, evaluate, and communicate medicines safety has never been greater. This Congress serves as an international platform where experts from industry, regulatory authorities, academia, healthcare institutions, and technology organizations come together to share knowledge, exchange experience, and explore innovative approaches to drug safety. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in insightful discussion on regulatory harmonization, signal detection, risk management, artificial intelligence, real world evidence, inspection readiness, quality system, and many other emerging areas that are shaping the future of pharmacovigilance. We are deeply honored to host an outstanding lineup of an international speaker and thought leaders who have generously agreed to share their understanding and inspire new perspectives in addressing the challenges and opportunities facing pharmacovigilance today. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, chairpersons, speakers, moderators, scientific committee members, reviewers, sponsors, collaborating organizations, and all volunteers whose dedication and hard work have made the Congress possible. As we begin the Congress, let us remember that every safety signal detected, every risk minimized, and every regulatory decision informed by robust evidence ultimately contributes to a single goal, that is improving patient outcome and saving lives. In a world where medicines cross borders and healthcare challenges are global, I would like to encourage each participant to actively engage in the session, ask questions, and share experience and build meaningful professional connections. And let this Congress be a platform not only for learning but also for fostering partnership and will advance safer medicines and stronger pharmacovigilance system worldwide. Once again, I warmly welcome each one of you to the fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026. May this event be informative, inspiring, and impactful for all. Thank you for joining us, and I wish you an excellent and productive Congress. Welcome to GPC 2026. Thank you. So before beginning the scientific sessions, all. So we have award ceremony first, and I will announce the name of the awards. And So it is now time for one of the most anticipated moment of the Global Pharmacovigilance Congress, the award ceremony. And this award recognizes exceptional individual and organizations whose dedication, innovation, leadership, and commitment have significantly contributed to the advancement of pharmacovigilance, drug safety, and regulatory excellence, education, and patient care. On behalf of Global Pharmacovigilance Society, it is my great honor to announce the recipients of Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026 awards. The first award, Excellence in Regulatory Compliances and Inspection Readiness Award, it goes to Professor Dr. Ashish Sarkar. Uh, uh, so then the Lifetime Achievement Award in Pharmacovigilance, it goes to Dr. Shivamurthy Nanjurappa. Then the third one, the Pharmacovigilance Professional of the Year Award, it goes to Dr. Gargi De. Then the Pharmacovigilance Educator of the Year Award, that goes to Mr. Uriti Sri Venkatesh. Then the Young Pharmacist Scientist Award, it goes to Dr. Srinivasan B. And the Best Pharmacovigilance Outsourcing Partnership Award, it goes to CMPV Consultancy LLP. So I will share the details, just a minute. So the first award, the Excellence in Regulatory Compliances and Inspection Readiness Award, was to Dr. Ashish Sarkar. Goes to Dr. Shivamurthy sir for his outstanding work in PV. Then the third one, the Pharmacovigilance Professional of the Year Award, it goes to Dr. Gargi De. And the Pharmacovigilance Educator of the Year Award, it goes to Mr. Uriti Sri Venkatesh. And the Young Pharmacovigilance Scientist Award, it goes to Dr. Srinivasan. So this is all the awards, and now we will move to our scientific session. For this, we have divided the whole day into seven seven speakers. So we have three moderators today and three chairpersons. So we'll start with our guest of honor, Dr. S. Bharat. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Gadade, who will be the moderating the session. So, Dr. Jyoti, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Yes.
Yes.
So you can take over the session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. It's really a great moment to welcome everyone of this Global Pharmacovigilance Congress, and Dr. Chinmay is indeed doing a great job here. So let me welcome the first guest for today. That is our guest of honor, Dr. S. Bharat sir, who is a Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, MS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. He's an academician, researcher, and administrator with more than 30 years of experience in the field of pharmacy. His research is mainly focused on the topics of controlled and targeted drug delivery and smart polymers. He has guided 43 postgraduate scholars and 4 PhD research scholars. To his research credit 126 research publications in various peer-reviewed national and international journals, 132 national and international conferences presentations. He has been awarded 14 Indian patents in his research domain, and he's also awarded as a best research mentor in the fourth annual conference of the Indian Society for Study of Xenobiotics in September 2019 in India. Dr. Bharat sir has contributed 2 book chapters and edited 3 pharmacy textbooks. He has to his credit 1 research VGST funding. He was the recipient of the Citation Award under faculty category in the field of IPR for Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, IP Awards and Rewards 2021. So I welcome Dr. S. Bharat sir. Welcome to our session. And
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for giving
thank
a very good introduction. Is it audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
Yeah. Distinguished delegates, esteemed speakers, academicians, researchers, health professionals, industry leaders, and honored guests across the globe, my respects and good day wish to one and all. It's my privilege and honor to join you all at this fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers, especially Dr. Chinmaya Mahapatra, President of Global PV Society, for their kind invitation and giving me an opportunity to participate in this important international gathering. I would also like to congratulate the organizing committee for creating a truly global platform that brings together distinguished experts from 10 different countries across the globe. As we say, like medicines, vaccines, and emerging therapies continue to transform patient outcomes, the responsibility to monitor, evaluate, and communicate their safety remains paramount. In an increasingly interconnected world with multidisciplinary research, which is being one of the major domain across the globe in nowadays, across the universities and academia industry collaboration, the exchange of scientific knowledge, regulatory experiences, technology innovations, and best practices is essential to ensure health, healthcare interventions. And in this context, the domain of pharmacovigilance is not simply a regulatory function, but it is a scientific discipline, a public imperative, and an ethical commitment to humanity. As we look forward, the future, it is encouraging to see how advancements in digital technologies, artificial intelligence, real world scenarios, and global data integration are creating new opportunities for pharmacovigilance. By embracing innovation while maintaining the highest standards of scientific rigor and ethical responsibilities, we can continue to strengthen public trust and improve healthcare outcomes worldwide. Especially this Congress shall provide an invaluable platform for all the delegates with meaningful discussions, knowledge sharing, and the development of partnership that transcend geographical boundaries. The insights generated through these deliberations will undoubtedly continue to enhance global pharmacovigilance practices and ultimately improving patient care. Very important thing is, as we gather today, let us remember that behind every data set, every report, every safety signal, and every regulatory decision is a patient, a human life that places trust in our healthcare systems. Preserving and
Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt, sir. Are you sharing your screen?
No, madam, no, madam. It's
Okay,
that.
okay, 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 okay. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Preserving and strengthening this trust is our collective responsibility. I acknowledge the commitment and dedication of all the speakers who wish to share their knowledge, expertise, and research to this event. Once again, I express my heartfelt thanks to all the organizers for this honor and for me giving this platform to share my few words for this particular fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Meet. I wish this, once again, I wish this fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026 a great success and hope that all the participants find the sessions engaging, insightful, and productive. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, Dr. Medha Joshi ma'am and Dr. Sivamurthy sir also want to interact with you. So I would like to invite both of them to have a discussion with you.
Sure, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yes, sir. So today, Dr. Sivamurthy sir is chairing the session for
Yeah.
next two speakers. So, yes, sir. Dr. Sivamurthy sir, you can interact, sir.
Hi, Dr. Chinmay. I'm really very happy to see that, Global Pharmacovigilance Congress is continuously progressing, and every year, you put a lot of efforts in bringing all the pharmacovigilance specialists throughout the world to one platform. And I'm really very happy to see that. The society is growing and activities are continuously progressing to the next level. And I wish that, like this congress a great success. But at the same time, I would like to, thank you for choosing me as the, lifetime achievement awardee for this for this year. And you know that, I've been contributing to this pharmacovigilance since last 6 years actively. But if you see, my pharmacovigilance journey started in 2007. So when I joined ICON as the Associate Director, Pharmacovigilance, Drug Safety and Medical Affairs, and where I established the first time in India a team of 40 people to do the pharmacovigilance activities for the company Icon Clinical Research, where I was working as Associate Director. And at that time, we recruited 40 youngsters who are completely, freshers from the industry and don't have any, pharmacovigilance experience. At that time, I think, except Icon, only Accenture was the another company which was doing pharmacovigilance activities. So at that time, we started and we groomed the candidates and we took over the Merck project to do the, excellent pharmacovigilance, maybe around 100 million euros, that job. So we did that successfully. And after actively training 6 months, and we established the ICSR processing unit. And today I can see all my people who I recruited, they're all doing as associate director, directors, and senior specialists. So I congratulate you again, for doing the honor of this lifetime achievement award. And after taking over as the AMC at our center, I'm very happy that, like I've been part of the National Coordination Committee, that is the NCC, NCC IPC. I'm the one of the member of NCC IPC as the training committee, and it is one of the core committee that decides the what all to be done for this country to implement the pharmacovigilance program of India, PVPI. So this is something, very prestigious, and I'm sure the kind of responsibility what you are given by awarding me, this increases more responsibility on me, and I will have to put more efforts. And we also released one book called Pharmacovigilance Reflective Writing, which is, like a very unique one, which has been, quoted by WHO also. And they have they have attached a link into their, into their website to say that, this is one of the unique activity that is done by us. Like this, I can talk about, 1 hour. I think I have already given earlier also. I don't want to take too much of your time. And thank you very much for giving me the award. And I look forward for, being more associated, being more responsible. And I'll be very happy to, I would like to again say that, like we have started the PVPI as approved a position in our center because of our hard work, and we will be recruiting very soon also. And we would like to again collaborate with you. If there is any internship to be done, in our center, any youngsters would like to come to our center and do the internship and grow in the pharmacovigilance area, and I will be very much supportive. And please, you can inform your juniors or any contacts or any students, and we will be very happy to host them and train them so that the activities what we are doing, and it will be again taken to the next level. One
Yes.
more thing I would like to mention here is that we are the first center in India who implemented MBBS, in the inside the MBBS curriculum, 5 ADRs to be reported. Okay, we did one panel discussion. Based on this panel discussion, we wrote to the PVPI, and also we wrote a letter of editor to the IJP, and it is published also. After that, after we implemented, now it is a rule in our NMC guideline that undergraduates, all the undergraduates, they have to report ADR, 5 ADRs. Like this, very innovative things I have been doing it. And thank you so much for recognizing my contribution, and looking forward for the progress of this GPV. Long live GPV, long live JP ADR, long live, I would say, may God bless you with a lot of happiness and age also, and the enthusiasm. Like I should say that, you should do it multiple, 10 times, 10x. Okay, so the activity should be increased by 10x.
Yes.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. This is me. Hello, Dr. Medhaji, ma'am.
Yeah, hello. I would like to congratulate you for have hosting such a great conference. I'm sure all the delegates who are attending it are going to be highly benefited with all the such a long list of speakers you have from all over the world. I'm sure they're going to be benefited by their expertise. I wish everybody all the best, and I think let's start with the proceedings now. Okay.
Thank you,
Great to be here. Thanks for inviting me to be a part of this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Jati, you can continue with the speaker.
Yes. So the next speaker we have here is Dr. Ahmed Hegazi. Yes. Hello, Dr. Ahmed.
Hello, Dr. Jyoti. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yes. So today we have Dr. Ahmed Hegazi, who is a managing director in Vigilant Health. The topic for discussion today is AI in PV from inspector or auditor perspective. So Dr. Ahmed Hegazi is a physician and he holds master degree in pharmaceutical medicine. He's certified in different disciplines from various universities, including Royal College of Physicians, Washington, Columbia, and others. He had scientific publications in international journals. He's an advisory board committee member of to international scientific journals, association, and conferences. He was invited as a speaker for hundreds of events, and he has attended numerous conferences and events, almost more than 100. Dr. Ahmed has more than 30 years of wealthy experience in pharmaceutical industry, including 15 years at Pfizer and 9 years at Merck. He worked in different regions and functions, including sales, training, medical, marketing, and pharmacovigilance. Currently, he is an executive consultant for medical affairs and pharmacovigilance for various companies. He is a GVP compliance advisor and executive auditor. Moreover, he is a founder of P Vigilant Health, which is a consultancy and service provider firm which is based in Dubai. He is supervising students' research projects for EU2P master's degree at University of Bordeaux, France. He is leading, chairing, moderating, and speaking at various global, regional, and local events. He is a speaker, lecturer, and trainer for companies, health authorities, and academic bodies. So I must say, so that is an impressive resume here. So we welcome you for today's session and hoping to have wonderful insights from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very nice introduction. Will you please allow me to share my screen, please? I'm really happy to join this event since its inception and its beginning. And I believe with the evolution of the Global Pharmacovigilance Congress and its events, also we have also the always currently hot topic talking about the AI in pharmacovigilance. And I believe talking about the AI is quite present and the future. Is not a future, it's a present. Now during audits or inspection, there are questions that came to the mind of the inspector auditor. There are expectations. And also at the same time, as an ODT, how to be ready. And this will be the agenda of our session today. So we'll talk about the audit mindset and what is inside the mind of the auditor or the inspector. What could be the questions that he or she will ask you during the inspection or audit. And we want to understand how to really transparent or to explain AI in pharmacovigilance well. We want to highlight the compliance blind spots, especially the underestimated risks, and the presence or the interaction between the human and the AI, and what could be the boundaries. And last, I will try to summarize our talk in inspection readiness, what could be the plan or the checklist. So let us start with the audit mindset. What keeps an expert pharmacovigilance auditor or inspector up at night before, and what is in their mind? So usually there are many concerns when AI enters the pharmacovigilance. One of the very first and very important is the data integrity. Talking about the data completion, the data protection and the privacy, and is it really sourced correctly and everything is done, and also the risks. So can the output be explained in a qualified reviewer, so from pharmacovigilance expert? And another very important point, that is validation for the intended use, not just general validation of the program or software or whatever AI tool. Also, which is, I repeated, human oversight, human oversight, human oversight. So do we treat and discuss AI as a final, or it's an helper and assisting or supporting? And if there is a change or a drift or bias or something is going wrong, how we took actions and retrain. And last but not least, do we document this, not just promises or not just something verbal, but something documented? And who is reviewing and reviewing what and when, and who is taking the decision or the responsibility to accept or reject? So first thing, an auditor will test or check some question. I try to highlight on these 4 questions. What exactly the AI used or allowed to do? What is the scope? What is the use, exact use? What are the permitted decisions for the AI? And how was it validated for this specific use? Evidence of validation, the acceptance criteria, did you perform testing for the data, and continuously, not just one-time validation? And if there's something wrong happened, how do we detect the errors? How to monitor? Do we have a plan for this? How to ensure that I need to revalidate, especially if there are specific triggers? What are these triggers that we can lead to revalidation? And again, where is the documented human oversight, human review in something traceable, and how I can override the records? This will take us to the questions if you received an inspection and the inspector or the regulator, what are the questions that he or she will ask you? First of all, they will ask you, yeah, are you using an AI? Good. So what is the exact context of the use? What decisions can the AI influence? And how you validated this model? Do you have performance metrics, key performance indicators for this specific use? And if there is something wrong, again, how you detect errors, drifts, and bias over time? Again, who owns the oversight, the outputs, how is refused or rejected? And again, they will ask you directly about the traceability and the audit trail from the input data until the final decision. And if it is through a vendor, which is most of the case, can you inspect these vendors? Or can you retain, who is retaining the accountability for this? So, for example, are you using AI? So, can you prove it's safe and validated in government? Is it one-time validation? No, it should be a continuous life cycle governance. Or it just policy statements written in the procedure and a document, or it's implemented. And there is an evidence packages that we are not just writing procedure by an expert and not implementing. No, there are evidences for this. So this will take us to the next point, to what transparency really means in real practice. So I don't want to repeat myself, but I tried to highlight some points for you in red here. So when we talk what AI means in PV, we're talking about the data, the input that will lead to the output, again, the model that we rely on. And when we talk about PV expert, can he assess and can he challenge and override? And why there is a case flagged as serious, or why specifically this signal is prioritized. So when we have enough transparency, which is really important, so when we talk about the data, about the validation, so I should have performance metrics and the human oversight, and are the human review points clearly defined, not just saying, yeah, we have a good human oversight. Yeah, on what? What specifically? And if the model is wrong, what could be the actions? And very importantly, the vendors, how we can inspect, what to inspect, and what is the details related to this, and who is responsible for what. So there are some blind spots or some things that maybe organization may underestimate the exposure. So there are many, but I believe number one is the human oversight. Because when we say someone can review it, okay, but this is not really proper, empowered, documented, and meaningful review. And when we say, yeah, the AI, this is validated, pilot validation doesn't mean the validation for the live PV workflow. It should be fit for the intended use. And we talk about the quality and the bias, about the data, complete or incomplete. If it is multilingual, is the AI can understand different languages, especially if there is something handwritten, when you have electronic health records, and you have something in clinical trials. So the narrative might be heavy. So how this will be adjusted and arranged and really ensured with a proper quality. So all this will ensure, should be ensured by proper governance. And if there is a proper change of control, what happens if there are any exceptions? Who is responsible? Who will sign off an exception? Who will approve the changes? And of course, the most importantly is to have all of this documented, something traceable. So, for example, if I had a document in last December, 6 months ago, so am I able to explain why we took this decision? If it is not written, if I cannot defend this, so it is not enough. So, summarizing the most common blind spots, the overtrust for the output quality. So it seems that AI looks accurate in demos when a company or someone is trying to promote or sell you AI tool, they show you it's perfect, nothing better. But in the real PV use and PV noise and a lot of cases and data, so is it really accurate? So we should not overtrust. And again, the explainability, as I just mentioned, am I able to make a qualified judgment even over time, even something happened 6 months ago or a year ago? And again, the validation is not just one time because it's a living system. So compliance doesn't end with having just the AI and the tool is valid. No, it should be continuously monitored and periodically reviewed. And if there is an issue, we should have a change of control. Now, when people are talking about what could be the level of interaction between the human and the AI, when the automation or where the automation ends and the accountability begins. So here there is a nice summary about the AI can lead what mainly, while the human must decide in what. So, for example, when you talk about literature search, and there's a lot of data, and really it's time consuming. If you have any previous experience of performing manual literature search, it's a nightmare, especially if you have a big number of keywords, products, and a big number of journals. So this is something really very useful to use AI, and a lot of AI tools and databases are present since some time. It will help a lot in screening and triage of the literature. But the medical review or the accountability or reviewing of the hits and the deciding on which is relevant, which will focus on, it's a human use. I remember I was doing since some time a human manual review, and then we had a database from a company, so they used to send us weekly report, and one of the medicines was a multivitamin with B1, B2, B6, and every week we receive the report with a lot of hits, and the hits were B1, B2, B6, but were not related to the drug because they were in the address bar of the website www. And you know all these question mark / B2 / B6, whatever. So every week I have to review around 15 findings that they are B1, B2, B6, and they are just in the address bar. Okay, so AI is very useful in making duplicate check, because especially if you work in a company when you have a big number of adverse events, of course this is very helpful, but it needs again human oversight to double check and confirm, especially for the case intake, writing the narrative, suggestions for coding by Medra, extraction of data, especially from casebook form or something really big data. All this very helpful by the AI, very, very useful. When you do signal management, the first steps or the first pass, how to prioritize. So it's very helpful in giving a suggestion for this. And last but not least, when we have data with a high volume, like electronic health records or mega data, or something rule-based task, AI, of course, is very helpful in this. But the decision, on the other hand, should be human. Specifically, when we talk about case management, what about the medical review? Who will decide the causality? Is it probably related or possibly related or whatever? How you really interpret seriousness for something that is of important medical event, or expectedness according to what, and what would be the reference that I will use. And if the AI is helping in giving a priority for a specific signal, but what about proper evaluation and the risk evaluation and the benefit risk judgment, because it may change the benefit risk balance and it may lead after that to a regulatory decision. So regulatory communications and labeling communications and such important decisions, it should be human. And any escalation, if there is an issue that needs escalation within the organization, something can affect the patient safety, something to health authority, or is there any issue with the AI, of course, the human must decide. So the AI can help in the pre-process, but we want to know that inspectors or regulators inspect people, not just the algorithm that you are talking about it and showing that it's wow, it's an amazing AI. No, we need to audit the people and the documents and understand this. My last part of the presentation, I will try to summarize to you how to be ready for inspection for the auditee, what could be your action plan. So you have to focus on 10 domains. And in my last slide, there are links or bibliography for further readings, because there are some important publications by SIOMS, by EMA and FDA, joint publications. They focused on 10 domains for drug or medicine developments. So we need to understand the scope and the inventory. Everything should be mapped. Governance and ownership. Who is doing this by name? Not just the company will do this. And is there any escalation pathway? And what about the management oversight? Validation, again, is not just one-time validation. And what are the triggers for the validation? Of course, as we mentioned, data quality. Of course, as we mentioned, the human oversight, traceability and explainability, especially if there is something quite old, how we manage the life cycle of this and the change control. Again, the audit trail, it's very important to have a full input to ensure they have something really good output and having a decision path correct. Again, if there is a vendor or third party, the obligation in the contracts, accountabilities, the inspections and so on. And last but not least, training and retraining and staff training and mock inspections and so on to ensure that we are ready for this. There are some red flags and some green flags. So some red flags that, again, focusing on the validation, it's actual PV workflow, focusing on the ownership. Don't over-rely, please, on the AI. Something could be useful and meaningful, but the process should be mapped. There is AI should be validated for one specific intended use, not just a general validation. Human accountability for judgment, and of course, everything should be controlled and the evidences should be available, not just a policy statement. If these are available, these are green flags or what looks like good. So readiness test, if you can answer these 6 questions in less than a minute, so you are ready for inspection from the AI point of view. What does the AI is doing? Who owns it? How was it validated? How is it monitored? Who reviews the output? What happens when it fails? When there is an error or there is a kappa or something? If you can answer this question in your mind quickly, you are ready for the inspection. If not, there is a gap in the inspection, and we need to work on this. This is the slide that I told you about for the readings. The SEOMs, they have really a big publication, a final report issued last December, and the EMA and FDA, they have some publications. They issued the guiding principles. It's general for drug development, and it was published. It's a short document in January 2026. However, EMA, if you go to their website, they have multi-annual AI work plan in medicines regulations. And I just want to maybe show you, if possible, something maybe helpful here. Here in this PDF. So you can see this sales document, Artificial Intelligence in Pharmacovigilance, which is 188 pages, okay? Something quite big. And this two-page guiding principle of good AI practice in drug development. And it is the same published by FDA, but the European people made it colorful. And if you go to page 2, these are 10 principles that I relied on them in my presentation, which is really very important, very simple, that you can go and read this referenced publication. Thank you so much for your attention. It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Yes, Dr. Shiva, please continue.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Agasse. It was a lovely presentation. I'm sure like it benefited all the participants here, and you nicely highlighted the most important thing. What I liked was generally everyone asks whether the AI is going to replace the jobs and what will happen to the future of pharmacovigilance professions or professionals and all. But I see that you have excellently highlighted and divided the responsibilities for the AI and the responsibilities for the humans. And I completely agree with you that whatever you have mentioned, that AI can do some of the things which are already identified through mathematics or through the signals to the it can throw out the signals, it can show you the results, but that need to be interpreted by the humans. So I completely agree with you that some of the important decisions to on the safety of the drugs, on the decisions by the regulators need to be taken by humans. So this is really you made our job very simple, and you gave a very nice answers to the regular questions. And I hope like all our participants agree with this. And thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. It's really my pleasure. And just I want to add a small piece of information that between 2023 and 2033, it's estimated that the expenditure on pharmacovigilance will be more than double. 2023 it was 8 point something billion US dollars. In 10 years, it will be more than 18 billion. The majority of the increase is on the AI and digitalization.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. It was really wonderful. And thank you for your wonderful insights, and love the thing that human will always be in the loop. So that's a good thing to know. Yes. So I request all the delegates, if you have any questions, please ask them.
So if they will not ask, I will ask.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I think pharmacovigilance, it's going nicely and it is increasing. And India is going to play a very important role because now almost 1,500 AMCs are enrolled into this. And also, we had recently a very interesting meeting at National Core Committee, and it was very nice to see that the enthusiasm that is shown by NCC IPC, they are also restructuring, and most probably they will be increasing the increasing the support to all the AMCs by sanctioning some important tools. So, and also we are also increasing regional training centers also. Advanced trainings will be conducted. So this is something very interesting, and India is strengthening pharmacovigilance activities. May I know, like how the our internationally, how the these pharmacovigilance practices are impacting the drug approval process?
I believe that you can notice from specifically in many situations now we see accelerated drug approvals. And because if you look at big regulators like FDA or EMA, when they review the documents for the clinical trials and animal studies and lab, it's how many thousands of pages, okay? So I'm sure that currently, because many regulators, they are using AI as well, this is very helpful in reviewing, in helping, organizing, getting some summaries, some briefs. And when I was opening the SIOM's document for AI MPV, the AI suggested this is a big document. Can I summarize it for you? So it's easily, when I was preparing this presentation, the AI helped me in preparing the presentation. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm sure that AI is something really very useful. But again, the most importantly, we cannot depend on it 100%. And the human oversight is very important. And as you mentioned, Dr. Shiva, about AI and replacing human, AI will replace humans that they cannot use AI. So if in the future you cannot be expert in AI, you are replaceable. But if someone who can use AI, you will stay on top. The AI will help you, will save your time. We have a lot of administrative work, okay?
Yeah.
And you need an admin to help you. So the AI is your admin. It will
Yeah.
help you and save your time and energy for this.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I completely agree with you that we should use AI, and especially pharmacovigilance. While doing pharmacovigilance activity, you get thousands of data points, and if we are able to use AI, we should be able to summarize these data very easily, and prepare our slides very easily, and present it in the national and international forum easily. And the interpretation of the results need to be done by us. And I can give you one example. Suppose nausea, vomiting is the signal. Do you think that we should bother about it? I'm sure no, we don't need to bother about, because every drug will produce nausea and vomiting. And if that is the signal, then we can easily, even though AI will pop it out, it says that this is the most common adverse event and you have to take care. But what actions we can take? Maximum, we can say that we have to ignore it, or we have to tolerate it, or we have to withdraw the drug at that time. But if even a single patient is experiencing death, and AI may not throw it out as a signal, but it can be very important observation. Even single death or single serious admission to the ICU can be very important opportunity for us to take action and stop the further use of this drug. So like this, like AI will not be able to decide whether it is life threatening or whether it is good, bad, or anything. It will only say this is the most common adverse event what you are seeing, and this is the signal. So now it is up to us to decide whether we can use that data or not to use the data. I hope you agree with that.
Totally agree. Can't agree more.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It was nice interacting with you. I think in the interest of time, we should progress to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate. And I want just to say something final. Guys, if you receive any email for an audit or inspection from an inspector, I always ask what is the first thing that will come to your mind, what will happen. And some people told me I will get panic. So my advice is don't get panic. Be inspection ready all the time, and ready for if you are ready for any unplanned inspection, you are ready. And when you receive something like this, you will say, "You are welcome. Let us start."
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad. It was really wonderful having you today.
Thank you.
I have a question, Doctor.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, Kishab.
Doctor, Salam Alaikum. Hope you remember me.
Alaikum
I'm one
salam.
of your
Yes.
students.
Yeah, I remember you, Kishab, very well.
I really loved your session, Doctor, being I'm participating in this. So, Doctor, I have a question like in UAE and Gulf countries, when the AI will be implemented for our profession to pharmacovigilance, and is it in force already or it will take time?
Again, it depends on the organization. The multinational companies, many of them are implementing any AI in many of what they do. For example, in literature search, many are using AI in doing this. When they do the case management, many are using AI for this. Many multinational companies are using it, of course, since years. I remember since 2017, 2018, in my previous company, we were using AI. It was not like now, but we started to use AI for signal management, okay? So this was like 8 years ago. But regarding when you talk about health authorities, it depends and it's variable from an authority to another. Some authorities have enough resources, human and financial, and they already started, okay? Some others still, they have some challenges that is not easy for them for different reasons, but it will come, don't worry.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So we still continue with the regular process now. It is
Yes.
not mandatory, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So moving forward, thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for your nice coordination and support.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Chinmay, for the opportunity.
Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Pramod Adusumeli to take over the sessions. So, are you there, Pramod? Dr. Pramod?
Yeah, is it audible?
Yes, yes. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Greetings to everyone. So before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to congratulate Chinmaya for organizing this excellent event. And also I want to thank all the moderators as well as the chairpersons and today's guest of honor, Dr. S. Bharat sir, for gracing the occasion. So now I'll be introducing our next speaker, Dr. Manal Yunus. So Dr. Manal Yunus is the director of the Iraqi Pharmacovigilance Center, Ministry of Health, Iraq, and the national focal point for the WHO program for international drug monitoring. She had over 15 years of experience in pharmacovigilance, regulatory science, and patient safety, and has led the development and expansion of Iraq's national pharmacovigilance system. Dr. Yunus is a member of the executive committee of the SIOMS and also the representative of the ISOP. She is an ISOP fellow, former member of the ISOP advisory board, vice president of the ISOP Middle East chapter, and co-leader of the ISOP Special Interest Group on the patient engagement. She serves as a WHO Global Benchmark Tool Assessor and has contributed to the regulatory system assessments and pharmacovigilance capacity building initiatives in several countries. Her areas of interest include pharmacovigilance system strengthening, risk management, patient engagement, vaccine safety, regulatory reliance, and patient safety. So Dr. Yunus is a frequent speaker at international conferences and has authored numerous publications on pharmacovigilance and regulatory science. So with this brief introduction, I would now invite Dr. Manal Yunus to take over the session and deliver on establishing a functional pharmacovigilance system in hospitals. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
So
Pramod.
in between, Madam, just a minute. Yeah, I just want to thank Chinmay for giving me opportunity to chair the previous session. And since I am busy with a marriage activity here in my place, so I will be on and off in between. So, but I would like to thank and then wish you a great success for the future, next part of the Congress. Thank you. Please go ahead,
Thank you.
Manar.
Thank you so much. So thank you, Dr. Pramod, for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Shimaya, for the invitation. Good evening, all dear audience. You might find the topic a little bit different. So why I am presenting about establishing a functional pharmacovigilance system in hospitals, while you are working on the other end of the pharmacovigilance, and most of you, I think, are working with the industry. So this is simply to show you that pharmacovigilance should be everywhere, and specifically in hospitals. And I would like to show you different aspects related to pharmacovigilance in the hospital, and what are why it is important, and because all what's happening in the hospital should reach up to the legislation. So what happens from the bedside to the legislation? So and I would like to emphasize on a functional pharmacovigilance system as well that works on daily basis, not only just the one that just exists on papers. Okay, let me do it again. So what are you expecting from this presentation is to, I'll talk about 6 building blocks for such a pharmacovigilance system at the hospital level. Then I will talk about a roadmap, a phased roadmap to put these on place, and a small set of indicators to be used to measure whether it is working or not, and of course with a few takeaways. So this is my disclaimer. I have no conflict of interest to declare. Views expressed are personal and do not necessarily represent the official position of the Ministry of Health of Iraq or any collaborating institutions as well. Again, I would like to mention a few things about my background, specifically those related to WHO and the WHO as a member, as a focal point for WHO International Drug Monitoring Program, and also a focal point for the other program for the falsified and substandard and falsified medicines called the GSMS. Also, I'm a certified WHO benchmarking assessor. And why I'm saying that? Because I want to tell you that I do apply all what I'm going to say in practice at the national level system, and not only just in theory, and also when I do the benchmarking with the WHO. So this is the objectives of my session. So here, I want to say that I will try to, at the end of the session, I will try to let you know, you will be able to explain why hospitals are central to pharmacovigilance, and define a functional system at the hospital level, identify the building blocks. Let me use the pointer. So, okay. So identify the building blocks. Where's I'm just trying to find the pointer here, the laser pointer. So yes, identify the building blocks and to apply a phased roadmap to have an effective and a functional pharmacovigilance system at the hospital level, and to recognize the goods and bads at the level of that system, and to measure the performance and how to measure this performance. So why this matters? Because hospitals are where medicine's risk concentrates. So the most serious adverse reaction the most complex regimens, and the most vulnerable patients converge in hospitals. If we are going to catch harm anywhere, it's in this building. So these are the numbers that I quote from different publications, but you can see that around 6.5 of hospital admissions are linked to adverse drug reactions. So this is, a routine clinical reality, not a rare event. And under 10% of these serious adverse events are spontaneously reported in most settings, where I can say that this is where the gap are. So and this is the heart of the problem that we are trying to understand better in this session. And around 1 and 2 of these events is potentially preventable. So what we can capture today directly prevents harm tomorrow. And at least, half or 50% of the WHO program members rely only on hospital reporters. So the national picture is only as good as what hospitals send out. So a functional in-hospital system turns everyday clinical observation into national safety intelligence. So this is the bridge from the bedside to national center. And it's what the rest of this session show you how to build. So these figures, as I mentioned, are illustrative and does not necessarily replicate any country's figures. So if hospital matter this much, what does a system that actually works looks like? So this is what I'm going to show you in this slide. So in this slide, I would like to show you and to stress what is the meaning of functional. As the WHO define pharmacovigilance as the science and activities related to detection, assessment, understanding, and the prevention of adverse events or any other drug-related problems. So it is everything we do to find harm from medicines and stop it from happening again. So a functional pharmacovigilance system does not merely exist on paper. It performs in routine practice across every level of care. So again, the routine is the most important thing. So the activities happens day to day, not staged again for an inspection visit. Dr. Ahmed was talking about preparedness for the audit and inspection. So again, at the hospital level, we need to be prepared based on day-to-day practice, not only during the inspection visits. So the 5 elements or structural elements of a functional system are structure, detection and reporting, assessment and action, communication, people, and resources. So for the structure, there should be a designated focal point, for drug and therapeutic committee oversight, clear reporting lines, and a quality management system. For the detection and reporting, there should be multiple capture channels, standardized tools, defined timelines. For the assessment and action, there should be the causality assessment, signal reviews, decisions that change the practice. And for the communication, feedback to reporters, alerts to staff, links to the national center. And for the people and resources, we should have a trained staff, budget line, sustained competence development. So the key idea and how regulatory authorities and WHO test the performance. It tested at 3 different levels or layers: the national, the subnational, and the health facility. So each layer must score satisfactorily. Strength at the center cannot compensate for gaps at the bedside. So this is the logic the whole talk hangs on. I mean, what I'm saying at this session. So if every layer has to pass, where does the hospital sit in the chain? So this is what I'm going to say in this slide. We are going to go into the bigger picture, because the hospital is the one layer of a national network. It's not the only layer. It's one of 3 different layers. So reports flow upward, and then feedback, alerts flow back down. So the whole system only delivers value when both of these links actually work. So both the upward and the downward. Now, if we go to the hospital or the health facility where the detection occurs at this point of care, the Drug and Therapeutic Committee oversight, the reporting and feedback to staff. So this is where the data is born. And this is where the wheel of pharmacovigilance starts. I mean, the reporting points, the detection points. Then at the sub-national or at the regional level, the aggregation of data, onward reporting and national training, regional training, and coordination. So I can say this is the connective tissue between the bedside and the center, the national center level. Going up to the national center level or at the regulatory authority level, there would be signal detection, regulatory decisions, and link with the WHO and the UMC, the VGBase, the WHO International Drug Monitoring Program works. So reports go up at every step, feedback and alerts down at every step. A one-way system that only sends reports upwards and never returns anything is the most common failure mode. So reporters who hear nothing back, of course, stop reporting. Now, the WHO, the 3 WHO assessment tools used to benchmark regulatory authorities, the national systems, the global benchmarking tool for systematic and structural maturity, the performance evaluation, and that goes for the qualitative and quantitative performance, and the field visits, what actually happens on the ground. So all of these are assessed on one time. So as you can see, no single one is enough. They are assessed together, all of them assessed together. So the hospital value here, the hospital value is realized only through these different links. So report upward and act on what comes back down and build the internal system, but wire it into the network from day one. So what do we actually build inside the hospital to make this work? So this is what I'm going to say right now. These 6 building blocks of a hospital pharmacovigilance system. And all the next slide, I will try to highlight many aspects of these 6 building blocks, starting from the structure, the detection, reporting, assessment, communication, and of course, people who operate this system. Starting with the first building block, the governance. So where the establishment of the accountability has to come first before any reporting can work. So before a single report is filed, accountability must be unambiguous. WHO look first for the management structure that arrives. So when assessor arrives, the very first thing they look at for is the management structure that owns medicine safety in the facility, who is responsible when something goes wrong, So I put here the four key elements, starting with a functional drug and therapeutic committee. So a drug and therapeutic committee, or any equivalent with a vigilant written into the terms of reference and minuted recent activities is the first important elements. So again, I want to stress here the word functional. So functional DTC, it means that a committee that meets regularly and act, not just name on, an organizational charts. Now, then there should be a designated focal point, likewise what's occurring at the marketing authorization holder level. So there should be a designated focal point, a named person responsible for PB in the facility, with documented terms of reference and contact details. So one person the system points to when anything goes wrong, and everyone knows who is that designated focal point. Clear reporting lines to define links between the focal points, the drug and therapeutic committee, facility management, to set out in written, not only assumed. If it is understood informally, it will not survive, of course, a staff change. So this is what we mean by a clear reporting line, so everyone knows what to do. And of course, there should be a quality management, the clear SOPs that reflect the real work with a traceability of actions and periodic reviews built in. So procedures that match what people actually do, not an idealized, version. So governance is the foundation in this all building block, and this building block. So to get accountability, unambiguous and in writing, and everything that follows has somewhere to anchor, and reporting has no owner and no home. With ownership settled, now we know who owns the system and the facility. The next step is to actually catch any problem, the detection and reporting. So block 2 and block 3. I can say they are the engine of the whole system. If problems are not caught and captured, nothing downstream, of course, would matter. Sensitivity is everything. The system must capture problems whenever they surface and make reporting effortless, standardized, and time-bound. So everything would be clear to everyone. Now, where problems are found, I mean the detection sources, the advice is don't rely on one source. The same goes for the marketing authorization holder here. Starting from the patient counseling, the clinical diagnosis, the laboratory and other test results, the systematic chart or record review, problems surface in different places. So look at all these places for them in every place. So how to make the reporting frictionless here? We need to have multiple capturing channels. So paper forms, web forms, SMS, messaging apps, or even we can embed it in the patient recorded system. So to meet people where they already work. So in addition to that, we should allow anyone to report. So doctors, nurses, pharmacists, dentists, patients themselves. So to remove all these hierarchical hurdles, the person who notices is the person who should report. The same goes, I think, for most of the marketing authorization holder, and that's why the training goes across the whole, the facility. So now, what about the scope? So the scope, what is reportable? Also, we need to be very explicit here. So we could report. It should be clear, very clear, crystal clear. Suspected adverse effect, the lack of effectiveness, the quality defects, substandard or falsified products, and medication errors. So all of these should be very clear so that we can capture them, not to lose them. So for the standard time bounds here, we need to have one national tool, standardized national tool, and serious reaction timelines are agreed upon, like, for example, within 24 to 48 hours, with the minimum data set on every report. So consistency and speed are what makes the reports usable later on when it goes upstream. So open every source, open every channel, and let everyone report and make it fast and standard. That is how a system becomes sensitive enough to the worth trust and worth trusting, of course. So catching the report is only half of the job. So the next half is to how to assess these reports and to act on them. So the value loop here, the value is where reporting either ends, it's keep or becomes paperwork. So a report that is filed and forgotten, of course, protects no one. So the justification for vigilance improved future practice. So every signal must lead, of course, leads somewhere. So there are 4 steps here for a loop that closes back to the patient's care. The first one is to verify and assess. So check completeness, assess causality with, of course, using any kind of algorithm, establish whether the medicine and the event are actually linked, then to investigate the signal, consult the national, international literature, and conduct root cause analysis where it is warranted, ask whether this is the one-off or a pattern, decide and act. So feed these findings to the Drug and Therapeutic Committee or regulatory authority. The output is a real decision. It could be a leaflet update, a restriction, a recall, or an SOP change. And of course, it goes to improve the practice. So revise the routines and treatment guidelines, teach staffs, and prevent the next event. So this is the step that closes the whole loop back to the bedside. So what is needed is to submit all reports that meet completeness to the National Center, including, of course, medication errors. We don't need to be embarrassed if the case, and the case do not need to be hidden because it is an error. So the instinct is to bury any occurred case is exactly what a functioning system has to overcome. So assessing and acting once is not enough, of course, and what's needed is for the system is to stay alive. So in order to stay alive, it need to have a good communications and a capability and a capable people to run the system. So these 2 blocks are very important, 5 and 6 here, to keep the system alive after launch. So everything before this gets you started, these keeps it running. So this is what keep the whole system moving continuously. So here, sustainability is the theme. Communication keeps reporter engaged. People on budget keeps the system alive, right? So now, right, people and resources induct and annual refresher training, engage and national regional courses. All of these secure a dedicated budget line for both surveillance and case management, and keep the pre-assigned investigation capacity ready, feedback to reporters in a single bigger driver of sustained reporting. So again, nothing could a system faster than silence. So that's why communication is very crucial here. The feedback to every reporter to disseminate safety information, the newsletter, the bulletins, the DHPCs, the app messages. This would lead to learn collectively. The cases that we have received, it could be the basis for our improving the system and improvement of the SOPs and patient cares. And the two-way link to the national center also is important. As mentioned earlier, the two-way system send reports and receive the feedbacks. For the people and resources, it's important to keep the in-service training alive, so to induct new staff and also to have annual refresher courses or trainings to keep training records and material, and to engage with the regional, national courses, send the staff, and of course build a coherent national system, and also should have a dedicated, and I know this is the big hurdle, a dedicated budget line for surveillance and for case management, and to have a well-established investigation capacity, a team ready to act when serious reactions occur. So, so these are the 6 blocks. So, of course, as you can see, there's a lot to stand up at once. So, what we need, if I want to start, where should I start? I need to have a roadmap for my hospital. So, as you can see, and we know that most facilities cannot stand everything up at once. So there should be a sequence that could support their work. So each phase produce something usable and build momentum from the for the next. So this is where we can turn what sounds like a lot into I can do it tomorrow. So the 4 phases is to establish the system. So again, as mentioned, we do have the Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee, the DTC. So they should have a well-established role, and they mandated role to the DTC to name a focal point, the national reporting tool, and draft the core SOPs. So this is the governance foundation, mostly decisions and paperwork, no new infrastructure needed here. Now, at the phase 2, here we could activate what we have already launched to start launching the reporting tools, also to start the trainings, and to capture the information at the point of care. So this is where reports actually start to flow. Now the
I think you are muted.
Sorry.
No, we are able to hear that.
Yeah, thank you. So, so for phase
Please
3,
unmute yourself. Your voice is not heard.
Sir, we are able to hear it, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yes. Thank you. So going to phase 3, where we can here start strengthening the system by doing the different aspect of the report assessment, the causality assessment, the reporter feedback loop, and link to the a national center and to have the staff alert. So this closes the loop and connects the hospital to the wider network. So the phase 4 is to keep the system working and to improve the system. So this is the where keeps the all the guidelines and the audit performance, the indicators, the refresher training, all of these to support the system and keep the system alive. For any system, it's not only for the hospital, for any system, we can find common pitfalls, and of course, there's some success factors that keeps the system visible. I will start with the success factors. It's the leadership that support the system. It's the no blame culture. So it's the reporting that takes seconds, not minutes. It's the fast personal feedback to reporters. It's the decisions that visibly change practice, the continuous competence development, and the routine development day-to-day operation. Of course, if the system do not have these kinds of baselines, there would be the common pitfalls. So we do have SOPs, but these SOPs do not reflect what's in real work. No reports, because although there are serious cases, but no one would like to report. Medication errors are hidden because of fear of blame. Reports collected but never assessed. So no feedback to the reporters. Of course, in that case, reporter would stop reporting. Training once, and they would never go again and do the refreshing training. Activities staged for only, and we only prepare ourselves when there is an assessment visit for the hospital. So this kills the system. Now, how do we measure the performance of our system? How do we know that our system is working at the hospital level? We could start with small indicators. We don't need to have big indicators. There is one WHO publications. It's the WHO pharmacovigilance indicators. It's called the Orange Book for Pharmacovigilance. And it has many types of indicators at different levels, structural performance. But I can say that from my own, practice, I can say we would not be able to apply all of them. They are very difficult to be applied. But at least we could have a few of them. So we could, at the hospital level, we could have a database so that we could have the reports. We do know the number of reports submitted per year, relatively related to the number of patients treated, how many patients we receive and how many reports we send to the national center, how many serious adverse reports were captured within the time windows that was stated at based on the national guidelines, like for example within the 84 hours, and how many reports were included the minimum data set, so no gaps, at least the four minimum information. So this is another indicator that we could use. And we could also have one indicator regarding the feedback to the reporter, if it is acknowledged and assessed, how many reporters have received the thank you, we received your reports, and also how many quality or falsified product alerts were distributed or detected and escalated. This is very important, specifically for the low and middle income countries settings. And another indicator is how many staffs were trained in the last year. So this would be also important to understand the capacity building that were and efforts that were made to keep the system alive. There. Okay. As you can see, I previously mentioned that we do have 6 building blocks. So each of one indicator is to mirror one of these building blocks: the detection, the timelines, the completeness, the feedback, and the escalation, and people, of course. So this will support the efforts to move in the right direction based on the trend results. Okay. I'm about to finish my presentation. So the key takeaways from this few slides is that the 4 things to remember, if you don't want to remember anything else, is that function over form. A system is judged by what happens in routine care, not by the SOPs in the file. So it's also always we need to if the system only works for the inspection, so it doesn't work at all. And the second thing is to make reporting effortless and blame-free. This is also important because sensitivity depends on open channels. Easy and safe to report is what fills the pipelines, and always close the loop. So this is also another important thing to assess, decide feedback, and share practice. That is the whole point of vigilance. A reporter that change nothing. So of course, it protects no one, of course. So the last one is to connect to the national network. The hospital is one tier, and its value is realized only through 2-way links, upward and downward. So report up, act on what comes back. So this would make sure that the system that you have also protects the patients, not again a binder on a shelf. And with that, I would like to say thank you for your kind attention. And this is my LinkedIn. If you want to connect, I would be more than glad to connect with everyone. The final word I want to say is that a functional hospital pharmacovigilance systems turns routine clinical observation into protection for patient. And this is, what we are all trying to do in our system, wherever we are working in national regulatory system, in a marketing authorization holder, or also in a clinical setting. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the good session. So I had one question before I hand over to Meda Joshi ma'am. So how did you overcome the challenge of underreporting in Iraq?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I was really hoping that I have enough time to present what we are trying to do at our settings to overcome everything. It's not only the underreporting, this is part of the system. So again, like what I have already mentioned, we are trying to train a lot, train everyone at every level of the system, because we do have the connective tissue that I mentioned, the regional centers. We're trying to train the regional centers, and they also go and train the people working as focal points at the hospital, or we do have units, pharmacovigilance units at each hospital. This is for the public sector, and we are also trying to work on the same, pathway for the private sector as well. So again, people working we train something called the training TOT. We train the regional people, and the regional people go and they train the focal points at the hospital, and the focal points at the hospital go and they train the whole staff working at the hospital. So this is first. Again, the second thing, we are using the WHO indicators to benchmark our work at the hospital level. So each year, each hospital is benchmarked against the number of ADR reports they are sharing. It's not only the number, it's the quality of these ADR, the completeness of these ADRs. This is second, whether they captured medication errors, whether they captured any other required type of ADRs that is mentioned in our national guideline. We do have another important thing. We have prepared a manual that works for all our focal points in each hospital. So we do have the manual that guide the people working at the regional level, and we do have another manual or guide for people working at the hospital level. We do have many indicators. This is just a few of them to capture what they are working, how they are communicating with the DTC, the Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee, how they are doing their training, how they are capturing the training. So we do have many indicators, and these kinds of, and we give feedback to them every year. After assessing them, we send each, Directorate of Health the assessment with the gaps, what were good and what were need to be improved based on these. And we do have a big, network, pharmacovigilance network at the national level for people working at the hospital level. So all hospitals, we do have around, I think, 300 hospitals, something like this, across the whole country. They are all connected in one network, and we do share our, findings, our concerns, our good and bads. We do also share the kind of risk minimization measures that at the national level that need to be undertaken at the other levels at the hospital level. So we do have lots of work on that, and we are, I think it's time for us to publish, a paper about what is the model that we are working and how we are trying to improve our system, the pharmacovigilance system at the hospital level. So thank you for the question.
Yeah.
This needs another presentation if I want to go into more details. So thank you so much for the
Thank you for
question.
summarizing it quickly. Yeah, and one more question. So in your presentation, you mentioned every 1 out of 2 reports can be preventable. Is that the global data or with respect to the Iraq?
Yeah, so I think it's, I mentioned that this is from the literature, but I think it goes to many countries, especially the low and middle income countries. What we found in our database, most of our reports, I think more than half of these reports, and we do receive like 9,000 reports per year, something like this. Around half of them, more than half of them, indeed, more than half of them are preventable. And this is a good thing because this means that we are trying to move away from the blame-free, from the blame culture. Because if we receive such kind of reports, this means that we are building a true reporting system, a good reporting system, a functional reporting system that captures not only adverse event, but medication errors, because they usually goes undetected. And we still have problems. I admit that we still have, not all the institutions have this kind of, blame-free culture, but we are trying our best to work on that. And this is really a hard work, not an easy job, not for only for me or for my colleagues at the National Center, but for everyone working in the system. But we are trying our best to include, we are really hoping that patient could be part of our system, because I feel that this is the next question. So we do hope that we will have our patients be part of the system. Now they could report. I'm not saying that they don't have the tools. They do have the tools, but we want to encourage them to report more and more. We have one successful story for the patient reports during COVID-19 when we rolled out the COVID-19 vaccines.
Ma'am,
We received many reports.
sorry
Yes,
to ma'am, we have to
Wind up.
yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
the time, yeah. Can we, I just have one
Yes, ma'am.
last suggestion, maybe? When we are talking about reporting of pharmacovigilance, presentation was excellent. And I do agree that we need to have a functional unit. That functional is very important. The word that you've stressed is really very important. I would like, as an academician, what I think is important is to have a interdisciplinary team or to teach them about reporting of pharmacovigilance, and not just pharmacists and doctors. Everybody should be in nurses, and they all should be taught together so that they know each role and responsibilities and how to go about doing it. So thank you so much for your lucid
Thank you so
and
much.
very informative presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We look forward for your publication as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So with this, I would like to sincerely thank our speaker for the insightful presentation on establishing a functional pharmacovigilance system in hospitals. All the recommendations given as practical, which are shared today, will help our healthcare professionals to strengthen the medication safety practices even in our country. With that, we come to the end of this session. We'll now move to the next presentation, which focuses on the use of artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance. So I'll be inviting Dr. Kanda Sofia to take the stage and guide us through the AI in pharmacovigilance. So before handing over, I would like to briefly introduce the speaker to entire audience. So Dr. Sofia Tranza is a pharmacist specialized in pharmaceutical technology and pharmacovigilance and certified in the field of medical affairs. She had also completed her studies in the field of radiopharmaceuticals at the ETH University of Zurich, Switzerland. She holds a certification for the safety of cosmetics from the University of VUB in Belgium. She has over 7 years of experience as a QPPV in the pharmaceutical industry and is simultaneously certified with various ISO certifications. She joined the National Medicines Organization in 2016, served as an employee in the Adverse Reactions Department, and as an alternative member of the European Pharmacovigilance Committee and PRAC for the Greece. She held the position of PRAC member representing Greece at the EMA until December 2024. She is an assessor in the Department for the Evaluation of Medicinal Products for Human Use and is a pharmacist in the Cosmetics Department and in the Standing European Committee on Cosmetics and the relevant working groups. She also recently joined for MSc program in the software engineering from the University of Quantic, USA. So with this brief presentation, now I invite Sophia to take over the stage.
Hello, from Greece.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sophia. They have introduced me, but the last thing is that I have entered ISOP. I was a member, but now I have entered the ZIG group of ISOP, and I'm its co-chair. And next year I will be the chair of the group of medication of the ZIG of medication groups of ISOP, because my master in pharmacovigilance is based on medication errors for isotretinoin in the UK. So today we will speak about the use of AI in pharmacovigilance, and we start from the current slide. About this presentation, we will see the PV landscape and AI opportunities. We will see the core AI technologies in PV. We will see some real-world applications, some regulatory considerations and challenges and future directions of the AI in pharmacovigilance. Today, How is the pharmacovigilance landscape and why AI is used now? The global volume of ICSRs in WHO VG base is 36 million plus, and is the world's, we know that is the world's largest pharmacovigilance database. 90% of the ADRs, we know they are underreported. The estimated proportion drug reactions that go underreported globally, and that is a very hard thing to imagine. The digital health transformation demand for AI safety tools, e-health market by 2030 will be between $450 billion, and the real world data points will reach 206 billions. These include HR data, social media, and registries generating safety signals daily. Which are the core AI technologies powering modern pharmacovigilance today? We have multiple branches of artificial intelligence across the pharmacovigilance lifecycle, and they are from signal detection to benefit risk assessment. We have the technology of the natural language processing, the NLP models, that can extract the adverse event data from unstructured text. This means clinical notes, literature, social media, and patient narratives with high precision. We have also the deep learning models in AI that process complex multimodal data. These include imaging data, genomics, and HR. These are prescription data to predict ADR risk to the individual patient level. And this will help a lot to see how different ADRs are seen in the individual patient level. The machine learning profile and use in AI that identifies hidden patterns in large databases of ADRs, and this enables automated case detection, the duplicate detection, and of course the causality assessment. But this causality assessment is an area that is not where machine learning lacks a little bit in AI. And of course, we have the large language models that can automate med drug coding. They can automate narrative generation, and of course, regulatory submission drafting, and this can dramatically reduce manual workload from pharmacovigilance assessors, and of course, pharmacovigilance pharmacovigilance teams. The first application area of AI. AI is used in signal detection and management. The signal detection we know that is the cornerstone of pharmacovigilance. Traditional analysis, this proportionality analysis, the PRR that is used in EMA, the ORR that is used again in EMA, is now being enhanced with the use of AI and in some cases replaced. These are AI-powered approaches. The key AI methods that are used is the Bayesian neural networks for probabilistic signal scoring, the graph neural networks for drug-to-drug interaction signals, the time series ML models for from temporal signal image tracking, and the ensemble models combining multiple algorithms for robustness. We know that FAIR's database of FDA and EMA's ultravigilance have both pilot AI signal detection tools with showing that 30 to 50 reduction in time to signal identification, and this is of course very helpful. The second application area for AI is the NLP models for adverse event extraction from unstructured data. This means that the majority of pharmacovigilance-related information resides in unstructured formats. This means electronic health records, scientific literature, social media posts, and call center transcripts. The NLP enables automated, scalable extraction of adverse event data from these sources. We have the social media mining that, like Twitter, Reddit, and patient forums that are rich sources of real-world ADR signals. The NLP models there of BERT and BioBERT extract and classify patient-reported outcomes with accuracy exceeding 80%. We have the HR data extraction, which have clinical notes containing ADR narratives invisible to structure coding. And the NLP pipelines automate extraction and that enables population-level passive surveillance at health system scale. And we have, of course, the literature surveillance. The AI tools can screen thousands of publications monthly to identify case reports and studies relevant to emerging safety signals. This will require weeks of manual effort from pharmacovigilance teams. The application area 3 is the AI-powered case processing and automation. We have that ICSR's processing is one of the most serious and intensive tasks in pharmacovigilance because AI is transforming this field, and it is end-to-end workflow from intake to submission. This delivers significant efficiency in pharmacovigilance team, from automated intake, NLP extraction, MEDRA coding, and the narrative and submission in vigilance and in other databases. Studies demonstrate that that AI-assisted ISR processing can handle time by 40 to 60%, and this enables PV teams to focus on high complexity safety assessment reports and risk minimization activities that again take time. The fourth application area is the predictive analytics and risk assessment. This is from reactive to proactive safety. Traditional pharmacovigilance is largely reactive. This is detecting signals after harm has occurred. And AI enables to proactive approach in this by predictive use cases with using patient-level ADR scoring through HCR data, the drug-to-drug interaction prediction via knowledgeable graphs, the generic biomarker-driven toxicity prediction, and then the real-time clinical decision support integration. The fifth application area is the real-world evidence and post-marketing surveillance. AI dramatically expands the score and speed of post-marketing surveillance of RDV sources. This claims databases, registries, wearables, and genomic databases. We have claims and registry data. The ML models applied to insurance claims and disease registries detect rare ADR signals in populations of millions of people. We have the wearable and IoT data. We have continuous physiological data from wearables, providing real-time pharmacodynamic monitoring, enable early detection of cardiac, neurological, and metabolic adverse events. And we have genomic integration. This is pharmacogenomics combined AI enables individual safety profiling. This is identified patient subpopulations that have elevated ADR risk based on generic variants. AI in PV, the regulatory landscape. We have the FDA that uses artificial intelligence and machine learning action plan from 2021 in order to modernize the initiatives, providing guidance on AI-assisted PV tools, especially for validation and transparency requirements, and expects documented AI governance and bias assessments. We have in India, the India's Central Drug Standard Control Organization that is aligning with ICH and WHO pharmacovigilance guidelines. while developing domestic AI governance frameworks around its pharmacovigilance program of India, the PVI-PI system. We have DMA in Europe that uses the big data steering group and reflection paper on AI from 2021 that has expectations for validation, explainability, and human oversight for AI tools. And we have, of course, the ACH E2B3 guidelines that are structured data standards, and of course, the periodic safety benefit reports, the E2C periodic safety reports, and of course, the new ICH M4 guidelines addressing real-world data in safety reporting. Case studies of AI in PV. We have the WHO VGBase and Vigilize of AI that is using the monitoring setup deployed AI enhanced signal detection within VGBase and to prioritize the 36 million plus ICSRs. The system has been integrated in national PV centers in over 130 countries. We have the FAERS AI tool that pilots NLP tools to process FAERS narratives and reduce the triangle time by over 50% and improves signal noise ratio in spontaneous reporting. AstraZeneca uses AI case processing through ML-powered ICSR automation, and this handles also MEDRA coding across 40 plus markets around the world. And we have the PVI-PI India AI integration that has piloted AI tools for ADR reports processing for 5,000 ADR monitoring centers nationwide, and this improves both speed and competitiveness of safety data collection. Special focus, opportunities, and context of AI and pharmacovigilance in India. India presents a unique and compelling market for AI-driven pharmacovigilance. As one of the world's largest pharmacovigilance producers, it has 1.5 billion people, and it has and we know that 5,000 ADR monitoring centers generate vast structured and unstructured data that is amendable to AI analysis. We have India that is a country that is in the generic drug leadership that supplies 20% of global generic medicines. This can be AI enabled by post-market surveillance that is critical to ensuring ongoing safety in this massive drug supply. And we have digital health infrastructure, the IBDM, the Yusman Bharat Digital Mission are creating national health data ecosystems that power AI-driven pharmacovigilance at population scale. The ethical and bias consideration in AI is that we have the algorithmic bias. AI models are trained on Western dominant databases that may underperform for Asian, African, and Indian populations that create safety blind spots for unprecedented groups. We have the explainability bias. The regulatory authorities require AI decisions in safety context to be interpretable by humans. We have the black box models face significant barriers to regulatory acceptance. And we have, of course, the data privacy because use of patients' HR, genomic, and social media must comply with GDPR, the India's DDP Act 2023 and HIPAA, and that require robust the identification and consent frameworks. The barriers to AI adoption in pharmacovigilance, we have data quality and heterogeneity, we have inconsistent data standards, missing fields, and multiple lingual ICSR challenges that AI models training and performance across global PV systems. Because, of course, we have workforce capability gap because PV professionals require new competencies, AI literacy, and model validation. We have regulatory uncertainty because involving a fragmented regulatory guidance across ICH, FDA, EMA, and national agency creates compliance complexity for AI tool developers. And we have the validation of trust of AI because demonstrating AI model validity, reproducibility, and robustness to regulatory standards remains a significant challenge across the industry. The future of AI in pharmacovigilance, we will see federated learning. This means privacy preserving AI hospital networks across hospital networks. We will see digital twins. This means virtual patient models for ADR simulation. This will create multimodal AI. This means integrating genomics, imaging, and clinical data together. We will have autonomous signal management. This is end-to-end AI-driven PV workflows, because of course, mostly we will have generative AI. This means many regulatory writing and risk communication will be automated by AI. And some international initiatives on AI. We have the 2009 WHO database ML pilot. We will, in 2016, FDA Sentinel system expanded to integrate active surveillance across 1,000 million patients. We have the 2021 EMA reflection paper and the 2023 ICH guideline M24 that addresses use of real-world data and AI in safety assessment for regulatory submissions. And of course, in order to close a little bit my presentation, we have the strategic framework for AI implementation in PV. We must have foundation. This means data infrastructure. We have to standardize using MEDRAS, non-MED, and E2BR3 guidelines. We have to establish data governance, quality frameworks, and privacy complaint data. We have the scale. This means enterprise deployment. We have to integrate validated AI tools in core PV processes. And this means also to establish model monitoring, drift detection, and retaining protocols. And of course, we have to train PV teams. And again, we have to pilot the control AI trials in parallel with existing workflows. This means to validate performance against human expert benchmarking. And we, again, at last, we have to optimize the AI. This means continuous improvement. This means we have to implement feedback loops between AI outputs and human expert reviews. And this will improve continuously the models of AI in order to evolve better safety science knowledge. And some data concerning the use of AI tools in the reduction in case processing time. They reduce case processing time by 60%. The use of AI in MEDRA coding accuracy, expert human reviewers in validation studies. This means that the accuracy is 85% in MEDRA coding. In the earlier signal detection, reduction to identification is 40%, and the increase in ADR capture is with the use of AI 30%. Of course, we know that AI should serve to be the co-pilot in pharmacovigilance with human experts as the pilot, and is responsible to find that the humans are responsible to final decisions and patient safety outcomes. This is the initiative from EMA Big Data Steering Group of 2020. And with this, I summarize. The AI is transforming pharmacovigilance with enhanced signal detection, automated case processing, broader data horizons, And of course, we know that governance is critical for this. And these some key references and further reading for you to have. And with this, I close my presentation for today.
Yeah, so I request Medha Joshi madam to kindly
Sorry?
comment on the key.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sophia. So I think ma'am is having some problem with internet, but it is
Okay.
a nice presentation, and the simulation model that you have described, it is very useful. So I think that will be the future of AI in PV. So we can have
This is the future, of course.
twins, and we can do the apply the drugs to them, and we can check the things over there, right? So it is a very good thing. And so thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
So moving forward, now we have our moderator, Dr. Shamlindu Tripathi sir, and um, for this next two session, Dr. Rajendra Kumar Jalali, he will chair the session. So I would like to invite Shamlindu sir to take over the session. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Uh,
you, Dr. Chinmay, for giving me this opportunity. And
yeah.
it is indeed a pleasure to be a part of this conference. Thank you very much. Okay, before this session, uh, let me introduce our speaker. Madam, this much big name. Uh, for us, practically four names combining all together. Anyhow, it is great. Okay, so I welcome Ms. Geladi Camila Barbosa Justiniana as our speaker for this session. She is a Peruvian pharmacist and a pharmacovigilance expert for over 9 years experience in patient safety and drug safety across Latin America. She holds a degree, actually dual master degrees in clinical epidemiology and marketing and commercial management. She currently serves as an independent consultant in more than 16 countries. She is the founder president of Peruvian Society of Pharmacovigilance, vice president of Latin America chapter of ISOP, and a university professor, recognized for her pioneer digital transformation and adverse event reporting. She is also established Peru fast specialized program in pharmacovigilance and technology. Uh, with this, I welcome Ms. Geladi Barbosa Justiniana for presenting this topic, and may I invite uh, Mr. Dr.
Thank you.
Rajendra K. Jaladi for chairing of this session.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
madam.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to the session.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Hi, Jalila.
Good morning, good afternoon,
It is
everyone.
so
Thank
early
you.
morning. It is so early morning. I think 5 o'clock.
Yeah, yeah, but it's
Okay.
good. It's
Good
good.
morning, madam.
Please confirm me. You can see my screen.
Yes, yes,
Yes, madam. It is
Yeah,
visible.
yes.
Yes, it is visible, and you are
sure.
clearly audible.
Thank you. Well, again, thank you for the invitation. It's my honor to be here. I'm Yali Barbosa from Peru, and today we will talk about compliance and inspection readiness in pharmacovigilance, technovigilance across Latin America. We will through we will work through the operational, regulatory, and inspection readiness, another important aspect. Let's begin. This is my agenda for today. Sales topic, starting with regulatory framework, then PV system, technovigilance, KPI, inspection, real bulletin statistics from Colombia and EMA. Well, let's go. This is important to say. All that I will share is my experience. I don't represent or reflect the position of any institution or organization that I am affiliated with. Well, This is the topic 1, regulatory framework. We will see here what does each national authority actually require of you in this moment as a marketing authorization holder. The challenge in LATAM is several countries, each its own timelines, format, and interpretation of good pharmacovigilance. So, some important countries for LATAM. You can see here the regional regulatory overview. In Brazil, we have Anvisa, the most sophisticated regulatory body in LATAM, covers this legislation, covers technovigilance as well. Anvisa in Brazil is increasingly aligned with EMA and participates in joint inspection together. In Colombia, we have INVIMA, updated in 2024 via a new resolutions. INVIMA runs active monitoring through Vigiflow and triggers inspection based on signal detection. It's important for them. In Argentina, we have ANMAT. ANMAT is updated just in practice, actually. ANMAT has been collaborating with EMA too. That was very important because there was a joint inspection in 2024. It became the reference case in all LATAM. In Mexico, we have COFEPRIS. COFEPRIS is the main PV standards in LATAM, more traditional in its inspection, and well, they make inspection especially focus on good pharmacovigilance practice there. In Peru, DGMIT, my home regulator, we have now a current manual of good PV pharmacovigilance practice. DGMIT has specific timelines that differ from what many multinational assume. We will see these timelines for submission in the next slide. And for the last but not least, we have Chile. In Chile, ISP or ANAMED, one of the most organized system in LATAM. We have a high notification rate here, actually the highest in this part of the world, in this region. In this slide, we will check some international framework. How does the international framework connect what was we just saw? ICH, no, Foundation of Risk Management Planning, E2B is our starting point, is important for local regulator also. ACH, E2B, or XML standard for individual safety for individual and case safety report, mandatory in several countries, specific are free. For example, in Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico, you must to use it. If you are still using paper forms for expedited reporting, maybe this could be a good a big gap here. WHO and UMS BG base. Well, here we have over 40 million ICSR globally. Regulators use this database for signal detection. So if a signal appears in this BG base before you as a company detect it internally, maybe this will be a problem or an issue with a health authority. Of course, SciOM's working group is important as well. The 2022 guidelines of meta-analysis increasingly cited by regulators in LATAM, especially for prevers for biologicals products. Something to highlight here, international standards are no option. They are like benchmark for regulator in LATAM also. And this slide is about PV system. What is where we get operational? The PSMF, the Pharmacovigilance System Master File, is your single most important document here. It is the evidence that your system exists. Regulator will ask about this because they want to see if your system is functional and is up to date. Here, some important component in an inspection. Each of these components is a potential finding. So we'll see some important points here. One, the LQPPB or LPPB, QPPB, no? Normally designed in writing, but we need to confirm we must have the resume or CV, as you call, on file and current. Reachable 24/7, always. For real, the person must be real. And important here, documented access to the real safety database. It is important for inspection, and inspector will ask for this evidence. Sorry, there is some question there.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Please
okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. Two SOPs, most common findings in LATAM, for example, if the SOP is older than 2 years without a documented review, or an SOP with no revision history, those will be a finding. Free ICSR database must be validated, automatic backup, audited, access compatible with ACH E2B, especially are free in some countries like Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico. For a risk management plan, check for your post-approval active minimization measures. For example, if a signal was confirmed in 2022, for example, and your risk management plan document was not updated, that is a major finding here in the lab. 5. Active pharmacovigilance. Past studies, patient registers, inspector will ask all the evidence about it. How do you know what spontaneous reporting misses? That is one of the important questions that they made or make. 6. Internal audit must be annual, findings documented, CAPAs closed, with good evidence, not just written but implemented. And the last, PSMF must be updated continuously, available in 7 days, must reflect reality, not aspirational. Well, here we have ICSR submission timeline, important for our operational. Every number here comes from regulatory sources. Peru, and DGMIT frequently misunderstood about the timelines. For serious cases, it's 24 hours from when the case becomes known. Not 7, not 15 days. ask sometimes marketing authorization holder ask for more time to submit some cases. No, for Digimit Peru, 24 hours. Plus an investigation report within 10 calendar days when the authority requests it. For no serious cases, we have 20 calendar days. For Bolivia, for example, as you met, we have also 24 hours for serious local cases and 72 hours for non-serious. Paraguay, for example, is immediately within 24 hours according to the last resolution. Dominican Republic, we have 72 hours for fatal and life-threatening and hospitalization cases. For Argentina and MAT, we have 7 calendar days for death and life-threatening cases and 15 days for other non-serious cases. Red and amber highlights show in this slide show the tight timelines in some countries. No, if you run a regional ICSR process with a single timelines, maybe we can find some gap if not being compliant with these deadlines. And this slide, you can see about pre-birth. Most of LATAMs accept the international birth date. Is important topic in this part of the world. The international birth date for PSUR periodicity. Sometimes there are countries accept because they're aligned with EMA. However, some countries, for example, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela, Nicaragua, use the local birthday, the national birthday. This creates, of course, a separate PSUR cycles. Plan for this if you have this one of these companies in your portfolio. Other important items in LATAM, for example, Bolivia, just 40 days post data log point, one of the tightest PSUR deadlines in this part of the region. The next slide, you can see very quickly the request about LQPPB. LQPPB, or local pharmacovigilance responsible, is required in virtually every Latin country. But many countries do not specify about the deputy, about the LQPPB. As the best practice, my recommendation is always have one. An inspector who finds your LQPPP was on vacation, on holidays, I don't know, during 7 days reporting window with no documented backup will arise a finding here. On the other hand, we have a request about the local PSMF. Is required in some countries important as Brazil, Argentina, El Salvador, Guatemala, and most others not formally required. But in my recommendation and my experience, always maintain PSMF equivalent everywhere. When an inspector asks about the PV system, they love to see some document. So important to create something like that. Global PSMF, it's not required in LATAM countries, but if reference in an inspection, it must be consistent with the local documentation and SOPs and vendors and every operational actions in the local. The next slide, you can see about a risk management plan, and of course PV inspections. The left panel is about risk management plan. The only country where the RMP it's not required is Bolivia. Especially the other countries ask for especially biologicals and biosimilars products. It's universal. For Colombia, it's mandatory for biological, for Guatemala, for all products authorized there, and that is more expensive that most regulation requires. In the right panel, you can see inspections are real in Latam and are coming more sophisticated every year. So, except for Venezuela, Venezuela asks only for self-inspections, no? And no others inspection is common there, but absent of this kind of inspection don't mean absent of requirements. Okay. The next slide is about technovigilance. I want to be honest here. Technovigilance is neglected area for our discipline. Device often fall are regulatory teams is responsible for the regulatory affairs teams who may not be fully versed in vigilance requirement. Well, but the landscape is changing. Some countries looks important the technovigilance topics as Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina all have a specific technovigilance regulations and local legislation. Device incidents can trigger the same kind of inspection response as serious case from Mason. Okay, if your company marks device in Latam, maybe want to check this. In the left panel, you will see AMDRF of the 2023 risk classification. In LATAM, we have four class. The class 1 for low risk and the class 4 for critical risk with the fastest reporting timelines. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened here. No. Here, okay. For corrective action, normally we ask the regulator ask 3 working days to notify the authority. Unusually trends or cluster 15 days with all the root cause analysis included. The critical question here maybe is, do you have a document process to capturing device incidents from your distributor? That is important, and take this suggestion. 3 working days may save you of some findings here in Latin countries. The next slide is about KPIs. It's important because it's compliant indicators. Some regulators ask about your KPI. Here is a reality. I want to name directly. Many PV departments in LATAM track KPI because they are required to, but because they use them to manage. Let's see. Some important to highlight here. Case timelines could be 95% or higher. It's important for Colombia, Brazil, and ANMAT. Always look for this, look at this during the inspections. SOPs must be all current, 100%. So, one expired SOP with no documented review will be a finding. Lost cases must be 0. incomplete data for medical information, lines, or affiliates, it's a common root cause and no reporting cases and will be a finding absolute. A kappa closures for critical finding specific specialty. My suggestion and what the regulator expect is within 30 days to close of them. PSMF, as I said, update for update after any inspection within 7 days. This is the approach. The bar chart shows average LATAM compliance. Page you are on time, PSMF currency are the strongest. Training and audit closer are the weakest. So check about that in your company. The next slide, an inspection. How do I prepare for an inspection in LATAM? The honest answer is you prepare by running your PV system correctly every day. Okay, not just for inspection. So we have in LATAM 4 types of inspections. Routine as scheduled. We will receive a communication from the health authority. We have for cause or trigger with no notice. For example, Colombia triggered an inspection in 2024 based on VigiFlow monitoring in the database. Here they found a PSMF 26 month out of date. No, that's important and have a consequence for the company. And an inspection post-approval after the first launch, maybe for some important products in the country, biological principle, and the focus is the RMP commitments. And the last one is the most important, I think, in my experience, collaborative. The trend to watch. For example, in Argentina, MAT and EMA conducting a joint inspection in 2024, Colombia and Anvisa Brazil are discussing in this moment joint protocols for make this inspection as well. We need to be prepared for this. The next slide, the common findings here. This data for 287 PV inspection from 2021 and 2024, LATAM and EMA. Here you can see the number of findings of PSMF out of date, no missing, no incorrect, simply out of date. The number 2, SOPs. SOPs without training evidence. You can see 61% the SOP exists. The process is documented, but not training records here. Number 3, ICSR delays. Important focus here because will be a critical finding. Number 4, QPPV not documented. I mean, the person exists, but no formal communication, letter, no access right for database. That's important for this part of the world, and no resume or CV. Okay. The classification matters too for products in LATAM and the impact in the company. We are finished with this 2 slides. Here I want to share the bulletin of Colombia 2024. Top of the cases reports through VigiFlow. Here you can see some numbers that help to know the inspector are taking notes during the inspection. For example, 195 health alerts published in 2024. 97% of those fraudulent products. Your signal detection in LATAM must include product quality and falsifications. It's important for inspectors, not just adverse events cases from here. 19 signal detectors, safety signal detected, and 7 validates and confirms 28 international communication, 3 products information updates in Colombia during that year. That's important. And here we have some information for EMA 2024 inspection result published. We have here especially for human medicine inspection, find 87 deficiencies, 0 critical findings, that is important, 29 major, 58 minor, top areas, case management and reporting, QMS, as quality, and PSMF completeness. Why show EMA in this LATAM session? Because your PSMF is the same document in several companies. So additional of this, EMA and some regulators in LATAM, some LATAM authorities are increasingly conducting joint inspections. So it's important to take note about this and take care about this. Well, final conclusion, here we'll share 5 for key message. 1, harmonization is happening, but incomplete. We need to check some activities specific for LATAM countries. Know both layers, international standards and local regulation is important, that difference matters. 2, inspection readiness is a system state, not a project. Update your PSMF continuously, close CAPAs with good evidence, and train your team and document it. 3, the data is telling us something consistent, no, because companies don't know what to do, but of course follow through is hard, especially with some countries. So my recommendation, maybe a regional PV position can help about this. 4, collaborative inspection are the future. Be prepared for this. And 5, the last one, technovigilance is real but under prioritized. 68% of pharmaceutical industry here, especially for example in Colombia, have no PV implemented, including technovigilance. Build capability now. So thank you very much. Thank you so much for this invitation again. If you want to some information about this, you can reach me out. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for this elaborate session. Now I request participants, if anybody wants to ask anything, please.
I must say, I must compliment you on a very excellent presentation, Barbosa.
Thank you.
And I have one question. Given the evolving regulatory landscape across LATAM, how can companies harmonize their global compliance processes while still addressing the country-specific pharmacovigilance and technovigilance requirements?
That's an important question. We need to be clear with local procedures. Local procedures would help a lot to know about global procedure, global operational teams, and how these global operational teams works, helping the local QPPB, the local operational, and the PSMF or a document similar to this PSMF could help to show the regulator how our company is working for both teams, the global and the local teams, or the local LQPPB, because in some case it's just one person, no? So so we need to be clear with the document for show clear this to the regulators. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. And looking at the Peru, where the serious adverse event have to be reported within 24 hours. So how challenging do you find that? And what are the compliance rates in Peru in ICSR serious adverse events?
That's a good question because we need to be compliant with these 24 hours for important countries. If you are market there, for example, Peru, as you mentioned, and Bolivia also, and Costa Rica also. So fortunately, regulator allowed to send this information by email, and then you can send officially for say something with helping with BG Flow. So you send the first information, as you know, by email to be in compliance with this 24 hours. In some countries, we use the official form to send this information by email to be in compliance because it's 24 hours, it's so immediately. And then we share again the information with XML to be in compliance with globally timelines.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful questions.
Moving to
Anyone else, please?
no, sir.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
move-
you very much, madam, for this wonderful
Thank you.
session.
Thank you for the invitation.
We hope
Thank
to
you,
see you again.
Dr. Chigmana.
Okay. Sir, should we go for the next speaker? Okay, so our next speaker is Miss Alejandra Cruz. She is the Executive Director of Colombian Association of Pharmacovigilance, a pharmacovigilance supervisor and a bacteriologist currently pursuing her MSc in epidemiology. With more than 8 years of professional experience in pharmacovigilance, pharmacoepidemiology, patient safety, and regulatory compliance, she has contributed significantly to strengthening the drug safety system within healthcare and pharmaceutical sector. Ms. Alexandra possesses extensive expertise in adverse event detection, assessment, monitoring, and prevention related to medicines, vaccines, and bacteriological products. She has professional experience including benefit risk evaluation, signal detection and management, safety data analysis, case processing, aggregate reporting, and compliance with international pharmacovigilance regulations and quality management system. In addition to her technical expertise, she has experience in scientific literature review, medical and technical writing, quality assurance, auditing, a vendor oversight, a passionate advocate for evidence-based decision making. She actively promotes the advancement of pharmacovigilance practice to improve patient safety and public health outcomes. Recognized for her strong leadership, analytical skill, and commitment to the excellence, She continued to support innovation, capacity building in drug safety and healthcare quality. Now, I welcome Madam for her session.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if you will share my presentation or if you want that I share.
You can share it, ma'am. You can share it. Or shall I do it?
No, I don't have the option to share my screen.
Okay, I'll do it then. Just a minute. This one, right? Behind drug safety.
Yeah.
You said that one. Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Or if you want, I can share now. Sorry, I find it.
Okay,
If you want, I can share.
Shall I
It's
stop?
okay. Okay, so let me share.
Okay, I'll stop sharing then.
Are you seeing now? Are you seeing my screen?
I had started. Yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank my dear Dr. Chinmaya and the organizing committee of this important Congress for the invitation. I'm truly delighted to be here, sharing my knowledge of pharmacovigilance with you all. So today my presentation is about behind drug safety, pharmacovigilance, and the art of adverse event coding. My name is Alejandra Cruz. I'm bacteriologist, executive director of the Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association. I have around 8 years of experience in pharmacovigilance, and I'm currently a master's candidate in epidemiology. I also work as PD supervisor for a pharmaceutical company. And this is why I would like to make this disclaimer, as I currently work as pharmacovigilance supervisor for ICON, and this presentation is just for academic purposes. So the opinions that I will express today are absolutely my own and do not represent the position or opinion of the company where I'm working about the topics that we will discuss today and the information that I will share with you. Sorry. So, about the learning objectives that we will have for this presentation, we have first, understand the principles and goals of pharmacovigilance. Second, differentiate between the definitions of adverse events and adverse drug reactions. Third, recognize the importance of high-quality safety reporting. Fourth, understand the measure coding hierarchy and terminology. And the last one, review international regulatory frameworks and signal detection. So, what is pharmacovigilance? Among the definitions that I consider most accurate regarding what pharmacovigilance is the one offered by the WHO that defines it as the science and activities related to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other medicine-related problem. About one of its objectives that I believe is the most important one is that improves the patient safety and the public health outcomes. Also, the pharmacovigilance is essential during the entire clinical trial process from phase 1 to 3 and post-marketing surveillance. And this also supports the risk-benefit evaluation of medicines and vaccines. So, why pharmacovigilance matters? Pharmacovigilance matters because the clinical trials cannot detect by themselves or rare or delayed adverse effects because the subjects are in controlled environments and situations very different from the commercialization stage. When this kind of control doesn't exist and the patients who use those medications are managed by their prescriptions and contraindications. So post-marketing surveillance identifies those real-world adverse effects into the patients who lives with the disease on a daily basis and whose medications effectiveness depends not only on their medical condition, also on their living environment, what they are eating, the healthy habits, among other factors that have impact in the health results. All of those reports about adverse events converge on safety signals. So also those helps preventing morbidity, mortality, and economic burden associated with adverse drug reactions. And last but not least, strengthens the confidence in the healthcare systems and the regulatory agencies. About the key concepts in drug safety we have. First, what is adverse event? Is any medical problem that occurs during the treatment, whether or not is caused by the drug. Second, the adverse drug reaction, that is a harmful, unintended, and detrimental response to a drug that occurs at doses normally used in humans with suspected causal relationship. About the serious adverse events are all the results related to death, hospitalization, disability, congenital anomaly, or life-threatening event. For signal detection is the process to identify new or incomplete information about the possible causal relationship between a drug and an adverse event, and this serves to alert the health authorities early about unknown risk to take measures to protect public health. About possible actions with signal detection could be modified the package life, the technical data or labeling of the medicines to include new warnings or adverse reactions, to implement risk management plans, to issue safety alerts to healthcare professionals, or maybe restrict the use of the drug. For example, in critical cases, proceed with the temporary suspension or permanent withdrawal of the product from the market. About the pharmacovigilance ecosystem, we have several actors who interact with each other with the aim of maintaining adequate drug safety profiles and, above all, ensuring that those drugs are always safe for patients. Among them, we can find the WHO Program for International Drug Monitoring, Uppsala Monitoring Center, FDA FAIRS database, the EMA Drug Vigilance System, and the National Pharmacovigilance Centers and the hospital safety units, where the latter are the ones who perform a very important job in the collection of and data analysis of safety information. For the pharmacovigilance process, we have as first the case identification, where it's very important that healthcare professionals, caregivers, and patients should be very familiar with the health status of the person that is receiving the treatment and know what or that they can report any adverse event or reaction, whether it could be serious or not, medication errors, and any situation that arises during or after taking the medication. After this information identification by the reporting, we continue with the data collection and validation, where it's very important that the reporter complete and report almost information possible, specifying what we will see in the next slide regarding what a quality report should contain. And for this point, it's very important that the reporter or choose who connect and validate the information and train it and qualify it to identify any gaps in the information. After that, we have the adverse event coding, where MEDRA coding helps to convert what the professional observes or reports into a standardized language to improve the medication safety. It's very similar, like medication coding works through who drug, where the medication is used or is selected according to reporting country. And next, we move to the assessment of causality, where there are different methodologies to evaluate whether the adverse event presented has causal relationship with the medication. And in this way, actions can be taken with the patient, such as withdrawal or re-exposure of the medication, when, for example, the adverse reaction is not very serious. And once this entire process is completed, the information is analyzed in a complex and globally standardized systems where signals are detected, and those are based on those signals, like risk assessment, like risk minimization and regulatory communication that can be carried out, impacting finally the patients who consume the medications. So what makes a high quality safety report? We have 4 key points, as you can see into the slide, but it's very important to obtain as much information as possible on each of those 4 points. Then, regarding the patient information, we must obtain as much information as possible, like demographic data such as age, sex, among other information, a clear description of the clinical conditions, such as medical history, the current treatments that they are receiving, I mean the concomitant medications or conditions. About the product or medication, we need to have very clear data regarding the start and end dates, whether there was any withdrawal, where there was any re-exposure, the dose, the frequency, batches among the drug exposure details. And at this point, it's very important also to say that exists a WHO International Dictionary of Medicines, that is the standardized global reference for information on pharmaceutical products and vaccines. Another thing important is the time relationship between the drug and the event, where the event is also a key point in the reports, since it has to be very specific using precise medical terminology. And for this, we could use the MEDRA dictionary, which we will see in the next slide. Also, we need to know that the start and end dates are known, and if the causality was established in relation to the medication, and if it was identified through a clinical laboratory or imaging data, and we must determine the outcome and the seriousness assessment for each of those events. And finally, for the reporter, we need as much information as possible to be able to contact them, like the name, the cell phone number, the email, and the country, just if it becomes necessary to follow up on the initial report to complete the information and to procedure a quality report. So now let's check what MEDRA is. So MEDRA is a medical dictionary for regulatory activities and is the international standard terminology for coding adverse events. This was developed under the International Council of Harmonization and facilitates consistent reporting, analysis, and signal detection globally. Also, this is used by healthcare professionals, health entities, pharmaceutical companies, and regulatory authorities worldwide. About the MEDRA coding hierarchy, there are 5 levels arranged from the very general to the very specific. So as you can see in the slide, there is an example that shows from the most general level how the classification worked down to the most specific level. So this classification helps to convert what the professional or the reporter observes into a standardized language to better analyze the drug safety. And I only want you to see this information in a very general way. If you want, you can check the MEDA website just to go deep into the information. About the common challenges in adverse event coding, we find the ambiguous clinical descriptions that could be from the reporter, the patient or the physician, the incomplete reports, the duplicate cases, the incorrect meta term selection, or the drug codification, coding bias and variability that results in continuous coder training and quality control. For the signal detection and data analysis, it's usual to find that into the deep data analysis, a large safety database are analyzed for disproportionate reporting partners. So some methods include disproportionate analysis, device and models, and AI-assisted tools, because those signals require clinical assessment before taking any regulatory action that could impact the patient safety. And also, it's very important to integrate big data and real-world evidence into a modern pharmacovigilance for the future. About the real-world impact of pharmacovigilance, I would like to show you which has evolved from years past when it investigated a drug safety-related deaths and serious diseases to the present day, where it monitors the behavior of medications to evaluate their benefit risk profiles and ensure the patient safety. So these tools have also enabled the identification of medication errors and counterfeit products, as well as the optimization of safe practices using products. To conclude, I would like to leave a few key takeaways. The first is that pharmacovigilance is essential for drug safety and public health. The second is that a high-quality adverse event reporting is critical into signal detection and possible future actions. The third one is about the MEDRA standardization that improves the communication and signal detection. The fourth is that the accurate coding directly impacts the regulatory decisions and the patient safety, that is the most important. And finally, the future systems will increase in the use of AI and the real-world data. So thank you so much for your attention and your time. Please let me know if you have any questions, or if you have any questions when you watch this presentation again. You can write me at my personal address, which you can find into the slide. And at the end of this presentation, you will find the reference if you wish to consult them. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a good day. I don't know if maybe you have any questions.
Thank you, madam, for this wonderful session. Now I request the participants, if anyone has got any queries or anything to ask, please go ahead.
Thank you, Aljandra, for a very nice presentation. So I have one question for you. With the increasing use of artificial intelligence and automation in pharmacovigilance, what aspects of adverse event coding still require significant human expertise, and where do you see the greatest opportunities and risks?
I think that the opportunity of use artificial intelligence and machine learning is very important into the new or the future of pharmacovigilance and the adverse event coding. But it's very important that those informations will be controlled by the human, because as you can see, or maybe you see that some of those artificial intelligence doesn't have a natural language processing or the correct adverse event extraction information. So it's very important that in the whole phase of implementation of those intelligence, a human should be into the process.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Dr.
John D'Souza wants to talk.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Alejandra. I really enjoyed your presentation, but I'm very sorry I came in a bit later today, and appreciate your great presentation. I have just one small question, in line with the doctor, the speaker the participant or the physician who spoke with me before. How does your national competent authority ensures and the accuracy of artificial intelligence in the whole area of PB? I know the accuracy of data is so critical, but I mean, with respect to oversight, what are the rules and regulations? I'm so sorry, I really don't know anything much about Colombia. So what does your national competent authority do in order to ensure accuracy of the data in pharmacovigilance, or with respect to AI, what oversight measures are taken?
Sure. So into Colombia, the INVIMAS group, the pharmacovigilance group is working very closely with the Uppsala Monitoring Center, and it's working very close with those dictionaries as MEDRA and Hudro coding. So I think that about the implementation of artificial intelligence, they are also working in a global harmonization and a real-time safety monitoring of those information through the people who works as drug safety reporters or as drug safety associates. So I think that the way that they are ensuring that all the information is accurate is through those people that works into the pharmacovigilance systems and monitoring all the information that they receive via, for example, the reporters from clinical databases, or the patients or the caregivers or something like that.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
Also, but not least important, the precision of the information in pharmacovigilance also works hand to hand with the personalized medicine. So this and the active pharmacovigilance, it is very important for us.
Yeah, very true. I agree with you. Precision medicine is really critical to go hand in hand with AI and with accurate human oversight. Thank you so much, Alejandra, for a wonderful presentation.
Just a comment, that looking at the AI role, so it seems to be, a little challenging for AI when the description of the adverse event is vague, incomplete, or uses non-medical terminology. So that time, human intervention will be required to address those kind of adverse events.
I think that maybe we can use the follow-up information into or with the reporter directly, because it's very important to have a high quality report, as I mentioned it in the previous slide. And this is the way that we can obtain the most accurate information. Just asking the reporter, just taking for more information, and maybe double check the information is very important by the people who works into the safety reporting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions and your time.
Thank you so much, Alejandra.
Perfect. Have a nice day.
Yeah. So we have now one last speaker for today's session, Dr. Serge Dehon. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm there. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Okay.
So let me
Welcome
try.
to the welcome to the conference, sir. So our last speaker is Mr. Sarj Dehan. He is the founder and driving force behind the Clinicon, a fully service contract research organization headquartered in Dubai, UAE. With over 2 decades of experience in clinical research operation, he established Clinicon on a principle of transparency, quality, and efficiency, serving clients across Middle East, North Africa, Western Asia, and experiencing into Europe and emerging markets. Dr. Saj, being extensive expertise in clinical operation, regulatory submission, medical affairs, phase 1 to 4 clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, bioequivalence, and bioequivalence studies. Clinicon collaborate with pharmaceutical and medical device company to deliver tailored clinical development solution and actively promote decentralized clinical trials to improve patients across the operational efficiency. With a strong track of record across complex therapeutic areas such as oncology, cardiology, vaccines, and rare diseases, Serge is known for his hands-on result-driven leadership. His vision for Clinicon is raising global standard of clinical research by fostering the collaboration, strengthening human capital, and consistently exceeding the client expectations. We welcome you to the session, sir.
Thank you. Let
Welcome.
me share the presentation, and thank you for the introduction. So there we go. Oops. Let me know when you see the presentation coming up.
Yes, it's
Yes, sir, it is busy.
Perfect, thank you. So thank you for the invitation and to be able to present during this conference. Indeed, as you mentioned, I'm heading Clinicon and have been in clinical research for nearly now 3 decades in the meantime, unfortunately, getting older and older, but wiser and wiser. And I really appreciate these type of conferences because it brings again what I'm really working day to day for is leveraging emerging markets quality, and I see this every day as well. More and more happening on LinkedIn that a lot of governments are strengthening their pharmacovigilance and safety. Today's topic I wanted to discuss is the cost-effective pharmacovigilance solutions in developing countries. Since I've been working in the emerging markets since 2012 and have seen some kind of evolution, but some topics are still since 2012, let's say, untapped issues in those markets. And I'm speaking more, of course, as I said, into the developing markets. And of course, developing markets become at a certain moment regular markets, but we are not there yet, unfortunately. So I want to kind of give you a kind of case study. It won't take half an hour, so I will not keep you that long anymore. But I just want to give you my point of view and my experience. So as you are facing, the very first thing that we are facing in these models for pharmacovigilance is the economic challenge. I don't have to tell you, pharmacovigilance is not free of charge, unfortunately, and it has a huge investment need from the manufacturing companies or the marketing application holder that can also be a distributor, of course, and has a huge cost implication. So for developing countries, pharmacovigilance costs accumulate across the entire safety life cycle. So it's not only, of course, the safety database, you know, those licenses are very expensive. Let's say from the most regular ones that are known also across Europe. You have, of course, the ICSR processing, you have the SAE management, signal detection, staff recruitment, training, audits and inspections. So many local pharmaceutical companies also treat pharmacovigilance as a regulatory obligation and not really as a strategic patient safety formula. So it is shifting, but unfortunately, I still see this across many companies that the first question they ask is it regulatory needed? And if not, we are not even looking at it. So of course, patient safety is, I mean, the utmost thing that you can have, but still, I still don't see a lot of difference from my talks I had with upper level CEOs from pharmaceutical companies in 2012, even in 2026. the approach is still somehow the same. So where the cost accumulates is the cost burden of the ICSR and the SAE processing. Again, and I just mentioned a few here. You have the case intake, data entry, medical assessment, narrative writing, MEDRAC coding, QC, etc. So again, a lot of things that needs to happen. The challenges in the developing countries, totally different as for Europe, for instance, is first of all, we have very limited trained professionals. Of course, these conferences are great, but we really need to start this from the very beginning, and I'll come back to this later on. Again, manual, labor-intensive processing. Even though, as you have mentioned across a lot of these talks in the earlier morning, there is AI that is helping us, but still we have also to learn from the AI processing, as it was mentioned. This is also a learning curve. So even though we start to integrate this, we still have a human factor to also oversee that what they are doing is correct. Then, of course, since most of the companies don't have the professionals available for these processes, they have to all outsource a lot of the services. So also, again, a huge cost because, of course, this is a commercial thing. And then, of course, you have delayed reporting. So again, people are not into that frequency of reporting yet. Yeah, they will report whenever they think it's time, and they don't really figure out what to do. So the impact, as I mentioned, is compliance risk is very high, reduced data quality because they don't really care about this, and delayed signal detection. Again, pretty big warning for the patient safety. I also try to bring some solutions. Of course, we are not there yet. I know a lot of people are working on these, and this is great. But of course, I mean, we need to really, try to move these a little bit quicker. So, for instance, the cost-effective pharmacovigilance database solutions. As you know, there are a couple of in the market. A lot of companies are also developing their own. It was also mentioned during previous talks. Validation of those, etc., is essential. So we have to make sure that when a company is putting out a software to the market, that all these validation steps have really been gone through and recognized and dealt with. So the current challenges, as I said, the ones that are validated have a very high licensing fee that are not possible to pay for those companies. There is a high maintenance cost as well to that, and the technical support burden. Sometimes, you know, they have someone with a local language, the support is only in English, might also be an issue. What we came up with are some practical solutions. So let's have like a kind of shared pharmacovigilance platform. So a cloud-based system, scalable solution with a regional pharmacovigilance hub, and that will be quite cost effective. From nearly scratch to something very portals of the authorities. So again, for now, there are still a lot of PDF CIOMs to be created, sending out, etc. If we are able to integrate a lot of electronic ADRs into automatically the authorities database, then of course the review and the processing at that end will also be quite a difference. So as I said, benefits, we will have reduced costs, improved compliance because everything, let's say, from the reporting side goes automatically. That are raised eventually by the government or by the capacity. So again, as I was just mentioning about lack of trained staff, so we need also to put together a cost-effective training strategy. So the current gaps as inconsistent training. Some people are, some aren't, and of course this implicates a very high cost for these. The recommended approach is, of course, trying to have as much as possible online models. So we are trying, as well as a company, to be able to provide trainings at a a smaller cost. And because those are online models, we are trying to also update them accordingly to the regulations as they come. And so this is kind of, between brackets, easily manageable in that respect. Of course, then there are the industry workshops. We have been working with pharma companies, biotech companies, to introduce pharmacovigilance into their mindset, let's say it this way, because this is a mindset change in a lot of companies. So also there, and then further train key personnel into the pharmacovigilance system. Train the trainer programs, because of course you cannot be as a trainer everywhere. So there is a huge pharma market. I don't have to tell you, in India, in other countries around, the pharma market is big. And I'm speaking mainly about generic pharma market as well, of course, because they are the most impacted in the whole story. So train the trainer, again, make sure you have core staff trained within your company that are able to teach the newcomers into the program of pharmacovigilance and what the needs are. Then I think as well, and we have also been starting working on this, is a university industry collaboration. Again, teach them early. I mean, the earlier you teach them on pharmacovigilance and patient safety, the better they will be able to take it over within the industry as well. And you don't have to then take the other steps of the industry workshop and trainer, because they will be trained early. So again, bring this knowledge into medical students, nurses, etc., so that they are aware of the pharmacovigilance, what is patient safety, what is the behavior to handle behind this. And as said, because of course it's a university industry collaboration, incorporated into the curriculum of those industries, and for some of the like, for instance, science programs, etc., I think it's crucial. So again, wider reach, reduced expenses because you start from the beginning, and sustainable capacity building. So again, more people will have more knowledge and be able to treat this pharmacovigilance in a bigger way. Third solution we bring is a shared model. So pharmacovigilance outsourcing and shared services. So an emerging model for developing countries. So we have a shared pharmacovigilance service center that will be kind of the brain of the pharmacovigilance services we are offering. So a centralized pharmacovigilance team, a shared database access, common training resources, and a centralized quality management. So again, we take out the burden of the pharma company at somehow a limited cost. So again, advantages: lower cost per ICSR, reduced database expenditure, access to experienced professionals, and improved compliance. Again, at the end of the day, patient benefit, because they will know I'm taking something that is also safe. So it's particularly beneficial for generic manufacturers, small SMEs, and startup companies, because again, their budgets in the beginning are not huge, neither from the generic manufacturers, so they can at least benefit from this. We are speaking really about manufacturers with 200, 300, 400, 500 products. I mean, this is huge. And I don't have to tell you, I mean, you're long enough in the business to understand that the data that is coming out from this is technically also huge, but we just all know we are all underreporting, unfortunately. So we need to further increase that knowledge as well. So I brought also together some strategic recommendations. So first, for the regulators that are also part of this meeting. So again, setting the national pharmacovigilance framework. A lot of authorities are already doing this. So promote electronic ADR reporting, so everywhere if possible. And that would be great, centralizing this. Facilitate stakeholder trainings. So again, also out from the regulators, like we have from the EMA with CITES, with the submission database, etc. There are a lot of workshops and day trainings about changes, etc. This might also benefit this industry in general. And then, of course, encourage harmonized PV standards. It's crazy that we do something in one country and have to do something else in another country. Let's try to standardize everything as much as possible. Eventually, per region, let's say we can do everything in Asia the same way, we can do in Europe the same way, in Africa now with AMA. This is a great opportunity for everyone, that this will be also now further centralized. So again, we'll get there, but it just go too slow, unfortunately. For the marketing applicants holders, so again, this can be, of course, the manufacturers as well, but this can also be distributors, etc. So again, they should make sure to allocate a dedicated pharmacovigilance budget. I just see too often when we're asking about questions, even to the pharmaceutical company, those distributors eventually they don't even know what's going on. So there is no budget for it. So it's getting started, but they really have to put some budget next to that. And they have to utilize scalable database solutions. So again, as I was speaking, a distributor might start with 5 products, might end up at the end of the year with 100. So it should be scalable because, of course, treating 5 products is different than treating 100 products. And then, of course, implement a risk-based pharmacovigilance approach. There have been talks enough about this. I think it's very important to also put that in place for the marketing authorization holders. Third pillar in this strategic recommendations are the hospitals and academia. Also they are the front line of our ADR detection and pharmacovigilance education. They are the guys who see daily these patients. They see what's happening. They see if something is wrong or not wrong with a patient about a certain medication. So again, we need to establish ADR monitoring centers that they can help the academia and hospitals and doctors, nurses who have day-to-day care with those patients to really detect those. We need also to strengthen the pharmacovigilance education. As I was mentioning, it starts from the student perspective, from universities, high schools, nurse schools, whatever. Make sure to implement this in their curriculum, that it's very clear that their role is as important and is part of a whole key chain. And then support collaborative reporting initiatives. So also there, we ask that everyone is taking their little part of the puzzle to make sure we get to the end. And then, of course, we have the industry. Again, a bit same as the marketing applicant, because, of course, the industry is a pharmaceutical company itself that is producing at the end, but develop shared pharmacovigilance service centers, promote cost-sharing mechanism, and enhance local pharmacovigilance expertise. That's really the big need of the industry in general. To conclude my talk here, and the key take-home message is stronger pharmacovigilance is not solely about spending more. In developing countries, sustainable success is achieved through cost-effective approaches, as I explained earlier, while maintaining regulatory compliance, as it's of course important, and patient safety. This is why we are doing it for. So again, we need cost-effective pharmacovigilance databases. We need shared service models. We need digital reporting systems, targeted trainings, and efficient ICSR and SAE processing. I would like to thank you for your attention. I can take any questions. Of course, I'm open for any discussion part. My email is also on this slide, so feel free to reach out if you have any questions, if you would like to discuss later on. I'm happy to share, of course, my experience with a couple of countries I've been working on, or many countries in the meantime, going from Latin America, Asia, Europe, of course, as well in Africa. So happy to share my experience in all these countries. And of course, this now was just one take from a specific or specific thing that I wanted to share, and what I've seen in the past decades, or more than 1 decade, working in emerging markets. Again, thank you for your attention, and thank you again for having me on this very, very nice and interesting conference.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Yes, Miss Denise, please.
Hi,
Yes,
Serge.
madam, please.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, Serge. It's nice to see you, and it's been a long, long time since we've contacted.
Indeed.
Serge, yeah. Yes, I thank you for raising these really valuable points, because being in South Africa, as you know, we are also class developing country. We're part of AMA, but we are not seeing the harmonization in processes that we should be. And please God, AMA is going to really assist in that. Because at the moment, as you're very aware, it's the lack of experienced personnel. We just don't have enough people. And each of the regulators wants their own specific requirement, and it must be an in-country person instead of having, as before, we could service a region. We've got to be in-country now, which increases the burden on each country. So that the education and the actual availability of staff is really, really a big problem. How much positivity have you seen in your experience in talking with the regulators and with the various marketing authorization holders? Because we really are struggling. Finances are a problem in terms of training and availability. And the bottom line is most of the time it comes down to finance.
Yeah, and thank you for raising this, Denise, and nice to see you again. First of all, and I was in South Africa, unfortunately, in May, so it was a bit unlucky I could not see you, but okay, no worries. But indeed, I think Mimi is doing, and I know Mimi from, I met her back in 2012 when I was in Ghana, and I think she's probably the most right person on the right place at the moment for AMA for the developing. You know, she's been working very hard in Ghana to establish where they are now. I think the problem with AMA, and you will second that, Denise, is that there is so much to do and they have to just prioritize. I'm not going to say that pharmacovigilance is not a priority. I'm sure it is with Mimi. Mimi has been on pharmacovigilance since, I think, she has this on high on her list for many years, unfortunately, how we can process that. So I hope indeed that we can manage this at a certain moment. But of course, yeah, we are bound, unfortunately, to what we have now. So
yeah, it's a big problem, and I mean reportability in hospitals. You know, the doctors in the public hospitals are overwhelmed with patients, and for them reporting ADRs is just not a priority.
yeah, no, indeed, that's what I was mentioning. Some don't even see the necessity. If you have no one saying it's a must, you just don't do it. Because
exactly. It takes more time. I mean, even doctors in private practice, when we try to follow up on events that have been reported to a marketing authorization holder, they just don't come back to you because they just feel it's so much information and they don't get paid for it. And so
it's a
why should
hassle. The hassle, yeah.
waste their time? So yes, we've got many problems, but I'm really glad to see that
Yeah,
you
but
are
I know we're
around.
working on it, and yeah, sure, and probably doing it maybe together will help as well.
Yes, very definitely. Let me know when
Thank you
when
for
you're
your
in
question.
South Africa
Yeah,
again.
sure, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you for your question,
Thanks.
Denise.
Thank you.
Yes, Joanne? Oh.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed your presentation. It was really great. And it was also nice hearing from Denise because I know Denise from some previous collaborations. Very nice meeting with you, Denise, again. So my question here is, you spoke very well about harmonization, and I completely agree with that, because I guess unless we have this standardized approach, it will be very difficult to reduce ADRs as such, to kind of build like an accuracy of data or accuracy of follow-ups to ensure that how we can kind of bring about harmonization to bring compliance globally, because I'm currently living in Europe and I run also my own company. And I see that, this compliance is so critical. Unless we do that, we are not going to kind of achieve our goals as such. It will be so scattered around. And being in a Europe, which is like a member state, and I believe I saw your profile as well. You are in Belgium, and I mean, you are originally from Belgium. So, this member state and differences in regulation becomes quite a big bottleneck everywhere. So what would be kind of your message as such in order to make sure that we bring about this proactive approach, bring about standardization, ensure that FDA, EMA, and all these, because most of the regulations, right now I'm doing an audit for business partners, and I see that people are not even aware of what is PV, or, they don't have enough SOPs, they don't even know what is, like Denise also pointed out, like what is actually adverse event, why is it really important to report? This underreporting is so, unless you do that, you're not going to get like accurate signal detection, right? And, despite of all our efforts. So what would be your message as such in order to bring about this standardization, harmonization across the globe, so kind of we can have this, build a efficient, cost-effective, even a good safety database, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing indeed, what you say is and of course there are efforts, as you know, from EMA perspective. We have this regulatory database, safety is integrated. They are going to update also this whole safety database. As I attended on Wednesday a CITES talk, I did hear about the changes that are going to happen to the CITES and the whole safety database and environment as well. So Europe is really trying to leverage, let's say, the harmonization, but a lot of other stakeholders had still exactly the same, not only for pharmacovigilance, but also in regards to clinical trials and clinical research, that member states, even though technically it should be harmonized, has still these kind of weird questions that comes up because one member state interprets it this way and another one interprets it this way. So one of the key messages there was as well, like, let's maybe bring those member states together around the table, that they agree on a certain standard that is of course easier for everyone, because then you only have to do it once and you don't get queries from, I'm just giving an example, Greece and then another one from Hungary, and you're thinking like, why are they even querying this? And so some are very valuable, but others are just useless. And indeed, what also Denise was pointing out, you have a query, and it's like, yeah, I now have to answer something that is somehow useless. So again, as long as we, as even the member states, are not on the same page, we will still struggle. And indeed, again, we struggle. That means extra hours for us. We need to bill extra hours to the client. They don't have the money for that. So again, this is having a negative spiral as well on the whole pathway that starts from the beginning. So I get your point, Joanne. Unfortunately, of course, I don't have the solution in front of me, but I know they are working on this. And unfortunately, this is not like a one-step thing. It's a crucial step. And as I said, I know from the presentation I attended last Wednesday, EMA is working on this heavily, but they are not there yet neither. So, and as you know, CITES has been implemented like 2 years ago now. Yeah, even after 2 years, we are not there yet. So let's hope that, of course, every other part of the world that is implementing something does not reinvent the wheel, but take some examples from, for instance, for EMA, like if AMA is working with FDA and with EMA, let's not reinvent the wheel neither for Africa. Let's do it a proper way. Same for Asia. Would be good to have one global, well, semi-global Asian coverage, because it's a huge population number, of course. So that would be good that we have like 3 or 4 continents somehow, and that we have then one overlapping database where accesses can be granted for, that, authorities can see, like the FDA can straightly see, oh yeah, there was a case somewhere in China that we were not aware of, etc., etc. Now it's very scattered. It's still very scattered.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Serge, for your answer. I know it's quite scattered and there's a long way to go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. Okay, if there are no more questions, well, first of all, Dr. Chinmaya, thank you as well for bringing this together. I know it's a lot of work and your time is very precious as well, but I thank you for having this platform together and appreciate everyone's help as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll talk to you, sir, one-to-one. I'll talk to you regarding some projects also. So
Perfect. Thank you. Speak to you later. Thank you, everyone, for attending. And Dr. Chinmaya, maybe you can do your end word for this first day, maybe.
yes. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. We have a very good today, and tomorrow we'll have 7 more speakers. They will deliver their talk, and I will announce one small thing also. So hopefully, all of you will join tomorrow, and will enjoy this session also. Thank you. And anyone, if you want to tell anything, then platform is open to all. So yes, if you won't speak anything, then we will close this session today.
Just a big thank you
Thank
from
you.
my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chinmaya, and thank you, Dr. Chinmaya's team. Yeah, very nice, very good. Thank you.
So we will
Thank you so much.
yes,
Thank you
yes.
so much.
Thank you, sir. So we will have the session tomorrow at 2:30 itself, and yes, same link will be used for.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you for valuable time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.